and foremost, thank you for that. First and foremost, when it comes to social media for the day, we would love to see your highlights. We would love to see what you're taking away from today's event. So please go ahead and tag us at CA Student Aid and make sure to use the hashtag California College Affordability. You might even be featured on our social media channels. So make sure to utilize those social media engagement tools and we will go from there. Now let's get into some reminders and logistics on the next slide here. So today's event will be taking place from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. all via Zoom, so it is a virtual event. Today's agenda can be found on our summit webpage, which will be linked in the chat. Sessions will be recorded and posted on our YouTube channel, and that can also be found at CA Student Aid. PDFs of today's slides will also be sent to everyone registered. And finally, if you haven't registered for your breakout sessions and the networking hour session, please do so on the summit webpage. The link will be provided to you all in the Zoom chat. And if we can transition to the next slide, please. Now, I'd like to give a special thank you to our summit sponsors, EdTrust West, San Bernardino Community College District, California Community College Chancellor's Office, UAspire, Compton College, NextGen, and the Foundation for California Community Colleges. We greatly appreciate their support. Now, on to the next slide, I want to introduce CSAC to you all. So for those of you that don't know who CSAC is, we are the principal state agency responsible for administering financial aid programs for students attending public and private universities, colleges, and career technical education schools here in California. The Commission's mission is promoting educational equity by making post-secondary education affordable for all Californians. On behalf of CSAC, we are grateful to have you all here. If we can transition to the next slide, please. But here to tell you more about today's event are three important women: CSAC Student Commissioner Anaí Marcela Araiza, CSAC Executive Director Dr. Daisy Gonzalez, and CSAC Commission Chair Catalina Cifuentes. With that, I will pass it on to them.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Anaí Araiza. I'm proudly one of the student commissioners here today. And I just want to take a moment, first of all, to say thank you so much, and that it's such an honor to share this space with you as we all gather virtually. I know how difficult it may be to show up today and even show up for the rest of this week, however long, but it's really important that we continue and try to gather ourselves and build strength in community. So first of all, I'm a fourth year student, fourth year undergraduate student at UC Berkeley. And I also want to thank all of the high school counselors, college and high school students, financial aid professionals, and everyone here with us today. Each and every one of you plays a critical role in supporting and advocating for all the students across all the different backgrounds that are present in California. And we all intimately understand that financial aid barriers are oftentimes and too many times the one thing preventing students from achieving their dreams. I've personally experienced this as someone who comes from a low income background. My mother is the sole provider of our household, and we often struggled trying to make it by in our small county in Imperial Valley. During this time, I remember, very distinctly during the pandemic, feeling like there's moments where my mother lost her job and I wasn't even sure what was going to happen after, if I could really even attend college, or what was going to happen after. But thankfully, with the help of programs like Cal Grant, I've been able to achieve the things that I've wanted to through the financial aid support and through the support that I need to attend college and have the opportunity to be here today. Despite that, I know that my journey is not singular. I've had to do too many things that are, regrettably, a lot of our college students have to do. But between working multiple jobs and having to cut meals, having to fit in things between our class schedule, I've, even wondered, can I even do this? And I know that a lot of our college students are facing the same thing, and they face their own unique set of barriers, and all of them having to navigate this, impeding and financial stress on their life. And while there are 1,000 students in California and even more across the country experiencing the overwhelming weight of financial aid worry from being held back, pursuing their potential because of lack of resources, to not even knowing if they can do it. But our presence here today assures them and sends an important message for us, is that there are so many passionate people out there here to fight and to ensure that resources are available for students like me and for students across California who know that these resources will not be out of reach for long. And as we prepare for the upcoming financial aid cycle, I want every single counselor, financial aid professional, and student to know that you have the power to guide students forward towards affordability. To the financial aid professionals and counselors today, you have the power to make sure that these systems are built for our next generations, that our next students do not have to sit down at the end of the day wondering if they are capable, because they know that this system is built and made for them to carry out their goals and to be supported. Moreover, to the high school students here today, I want you to know that your future is within your grasp. This road is long and sometimes really hard, but please believe in yourselves in every single step of the way. Know that every single person here is a testament to you and wants you to succeed. And that programs like Cal Grants, Chafee, and even more will be here to support you. And to my fellow college students, you are proof that the system works, that if we keep pushing every day for a future where every single student has the financial support that they need to thrive, that they will thrive. Please share your knowledge with others, advocate for affordable education, and remember that the fight for accessibility doesn't end once we walk across our stage. And college affordability is more than numbers, policy, or system. It's about equity. It's about making sure that every student, regardless of background and identity, can access the education that they deserve. So let's keep the conversation going. Let's do it through this summit, through our conversations after this. And let's continue to advocate for more scholarships, transparent financial aid systems, and more affordable tuition. I feel and I know that together we can create a future where financial aid empowers students, propelling them to be unstoppable. Thank you.
You've got to stay on, Anaí. Good morning, everyone. I want everyone to do another round of applause. Please, please, please shower her with emojis. I see a lot of hearts. Yes, clapping hands. That was amazing. Thank you for being here with us. Yes, look at that. Thank you. It's so beautiful. Yes, thank you, Anaí. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I know it's 8:40 and we are transitioning. You just heard from our incredible student leader and CSAC commissioner. And my name is Dr. Daisy Gonzalez, and I am the Executive Director of the California Student Aid Commission. Thank you again, Michael and Anaí, for getting us started so early this morning. I am so grateful that Anaí said yes to me when I said, will you please open up our College Affordability Summit in 2024? And I'm so grateful that all of you, one, were affirming and uplifting and validating her journey as she was calling us all in and calling us into action. She is an incredible student leader, but I know that when I was listening to you, Anaí, there's a sentence that stood out for me. And that was, this road is long and really hard, and you were speaking to students, you said, believe in yourselves and work hard. I want to thank you for calling us all in and for being here with us today. Colleagues, I am joining you this morning. This is my first College Affordability Summit, and certainly my first one in this role as the Executive Director of the California Student Aid Commission, also known as CSAC, as Michael shared. And before I get started, I want to thank the incredible team behind the scenes who made today possible. We had over 2,200 individuals register, and many of you are still joining us this morning. But it took a very small but mighty team behind the scenes to pull all of this together in record time between August and November 7th. And I want to make sure that I thank Kristen and Victoria, CSAC colleagues, who kept the energy, kept us on task, and in record time made sure that we could all be here today. We weren't sure. There was a point in time where we thought that maybe we had to delay this summit. And boy, were we wrong. It was the right time and the right moment to convene with all of you. And I'm so grateful that you are all here. But we also couldn't have done this without the incredible support of our community. All of you who are here today, certainly the tremendous work by our high school counselors, our financial aid administrators, who have lived the reality of the last year along with their students all over California. And as a part of that journey, we had incredible partners. Yes, and right in theme with today's summit theme. And they are colleagues at Trust West, the California Community Colleges Chancellor's Office, the Foundation for California Community Colleges, Compton College, San Bernardino Community College District, Next Gen, and You Aspire. These are some of the sponsors that made today possible. Thank you for being our partners. Thank you for believing that this summit deserved to happen. And thank you for joining us today for all of the breakout sessions. I'm honored to serve California students alongside all of you, and certainly alongside the CSAC team and the CSAC commissioners, many of whom you will get to meet very closely today. But first, I want to introduce myself in this new role. I am a mission-driven leader with 17 years of experience in K-12 and higher education administration, state finance, and transformational change. And I started my career in a third grade classroom. I was a third grade dual immersion teacher in Fairfield, Sassoon. I am a former researcher, or as I like to call it, a recovering researcher, because I love action and I love policy too much. I am a former state policy consultant, particularly for the Appropriations Committee, where all bills go to die, and of course, the Assembly Budget Committee. But I want to share with you that no matter what role I have taken on, I start every single job with the same inquiry and growth mindset. I want to learn where have we been and what can we do differently for students? And where do we start first? Because there's always the first thing that we need to do. And then, as Anai shared, that long road that is sometimes hard. For those of you who know me personally from my previous statewide roles, and most recently from the California Community Colleges Chancellor's Office, then you know that my childhood in the foster care system informs my work every day, and that I am and have always been an unapologetic student-centered leader, a systems linker, and most importantly, a social justice warrior. I believe that every student deserves access to higher education. And when they seek that access, that it must be matched with support and connected systems that help students reach their educational goals. And furthermore, that the most important outcome for students is actually economic mobility for them and their families. So to that end, I do believe that CSAC plays an important role to ensure that equitable access is a reality for California students. That's why I'm here. I believe that equity in California means that financial aid is the most important ingredient for student success in higher education. That's why we have to design for students like Anai, and we have to elevate college affordability in our state. We need a long-term plan to unlock the potential of California students. And I think today we know that now more than ever. Today's College Affordability Summit, I think for us is a momentum point. And regardless of those of us who are here and those that will join us down that road days from now, months from now, I do believe that we're at the edge of a crisis with declining applications, slow growth in enrollment, unimaginable workforce gaps in the state of California, and widening regional and student demographic success gaps. We are the leaders that can make a difference. And yet we need better partners, and we need other regions to join us in this work. And I want you to know that CSAC is here to help you. We are so grateful for all of the work that you have done in the last year in particular to support our students across all segments. Our mission to promote educational equity by making post-secondary education remains the same. Our goal is to make higher education affordable for all Californians. So we have a very clear North Star. And a part of this work means that that is our strength. We have clarity in what we are here to do. And CSAC has a very particular role, an important role, an intersegmental role that also brings together the statewide knowledge of what actually exists and what our students need to exist. That, I believe, is our superpower. We also know that our outreach ecosystem is vast. All of the partners that I mentioned as a part of the sponsors for today. But in addition to that, our CalSOC teams across the state and the diverse set of tools and data sets that exist within that ecosystem. We know what we have to do. And so today, as you join us throughout this summit, I just want to ask you to stay focused on the future, because our heart and our North Star is clear. Our students need us now more than ever. And you as professionals know that very closely. I know that California can and will lead the way, because that is what you have done in the last year with very little support. And so I want to end by acknowledging all of our high school counselors, our financial aid administrators, who all received a memo from me last night. Why did I share this? Because this memo that I shared last night marks a new tool, a new action for CSAC to support your work. And those of you who had not had a chance to read it because you are not in those roles and you are our partners, I want to share a little bit about what that memo said. The memo expressed a sense of urgency, an urgency to reassure students now more than ever about our collective belief in their dreams and our commitment to keep their data, our data, but most importantly, their data through our applications safe. After the election results, I know that it is important to reaffirm that the California Student Aid Commission remains steadfast in our commitment to providing aid to all students and all learners across California. But as professionals, we must be aware of what is coming in the months and years and what it will mean for some of our students and some of our families who use the California DREAM Act application to access aid. With a sense of urgency, we must reassure our students and families across California that our mission remains the same and that they have options to apply for financial aid in the 25-26 cycle in the state of California. So today, as we discuss the opportunities ahead and we dream together, I want us to hold on to this reality, a reality for students and families and staff and communities who are all seeking to serve, who are all seeking to grow, and most importantly, we know that they need us to take action. With that, I hope you have a wonderful summit. I look forward to working with many of you throughout that long road that Anaí mentioned. And now I have the honor of welcoming the chair of the California Student Aid Commission, Catalina Cifuentes, the fiercest student-centered advocate that I know. And I wanted to share a little bit about her. Chair Cifuentes is an educator who has demonstrated a gift for counseling and advocacy on behalf of all students. Many of you know her as an innovator who is transforming Riverside County as an executive director of college and career readiness in the Riverside County Office of Education. But as chair of CSAC and in her statewide roles, we know her as a passionate leader with a contagious energy to take action. Welcome. Welcome, Chair Cifuentes.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Gonzalez. And good morning. And thank you so much to Michael for kicking us off, to Anahi. Can you believe she's a student full-time and all the work she does and participates like any other commissioner in our meetings and our decision-making? She's phenomenal. So just what a way to start the morning. And I had some tears, Anahi, so you did awesome. I'm so proud of you. I want to say thank you for being here. It's 8 in the morning and we're here. We're excited. I don't believe we're going into, when we first started the College Affordability Summit, it was like, is it going to be a one deal, right? We're in the desert here in Riverside County, and now here we are, although I wish we were all together. That's not to say that won't happen in the future, but we can still be together. We can still focus on the same conversations, on the same need that Dr. Gonzalez just shared. I do want to also thank Kristen and Victoria and the CSAC team for making this work. Many of you know we're under budget crunches, and many of you couldn't even travel if we did have something in person because of our budget right now. But the team said we got to provide something. We got to still keep the message and the conversations going. And with over 2,000 participants sign up for the Affordability Summit. So thank you for being here. We're excited to get to the agenda and to get to the topics. On behalf of all of our phenomenal commissioners, I'm fortunate to be here and fortunate to be the chair and blessed to be the chair and to share with you that our mission continues to promote educational equity by making post-secondary education affordable for all Californians. This summit started with the realization that we need to focus on more than just tuition and fees, although it's so important and we're so fortunate to have to live in California, where we are the most generous. Our legislature, our governor, very generous when it comes to state financial aid and securing the future of all Californians. We are very fortunate compared to other states in the US, but there's still work to be done. There's still work when it comes to affordability. Our students need more than, tuition and fees and even books. They need transportation. They need food. We've done research to show we have thousands of students in California that aren't eating 3 meals a day. So this Affordability Summit is about bringing them together, about us coming together, partnering, and how do we work? How do we take action? How do we make change? So our students, we are truly meeting the total cost of attendance. When people ask me, what's CSAC trying to do? I say, take an award letter and all those, it's broken down. And we're trying to make those days, that award letter, a little bit full, a little bit more resources, more additional support to our students. And we want them to know that, hey, the focus is your education, your schoolwork, studying, getting that certificate, that 2-year certificate, getting that trade school, getting that 4-year bachelor's degree, if that's what your plan is. But how can we make your day-to-day life easier so you can earn those degrees, those certificates, and all of that? So we're all about post-secondary education. I think sometimes people think we're about just 4-year college. And of course not. Our institutions offer 2-year certificates, 4-year certificates. We're about all students, career, college and career. And that's what the summit's about. How do we work together? How do we problem solve? How do we come together as a team? We're one big team. Yes, we're in Riverside County, and I shout out to all our Riverside County leaders that are here with us right now, but we are one big team for California, and we do lead the nation in college affordability. So let's continue that today. I think the things that sit with me today, we, and myself included, I helped numerous students with financial aid applications and navigated what last year. And as we get ready for this year, we did take a decline in not only our number of California Dream Act applications, but also our FAFSA applications. The entire nation did a decline. Here in California, we did ourselves. Our own team here in Riverside County took about a 10% decline. And I want to give a shout out to our CalSO Riverside County Consortium, who did work all through the summer to try to catch those students that we missed. We went into summer with about 3,000 students that were missed. And so we continue that work, but that's one of the things that keeps me up. It's like, okay, we got to get ready for round 2. What are some of the things we can do and we can be proactive about? And I want to say, so many of our high school leaders here today, I know you're working on that. I see that you're not just having one financial aid night anymore. You're having about 5 because the parents might have to come back. And I want to thank those administrators in K-12 that are working with their counselors to adjust their work hours, adjust their work time so they can do more of those evening and morning events for our students and families. I think we have to continue to look at partnerships. There's millions of dollars, everyone, in federal dollars sitting in different pockets and different programs that our college students can receive, like CalFresh. That's a continued conversation we're having, which is SNAP benefits on the federal side. A lot of our college students here in K-12 in Riverside County, over 70% of our students, we feed them breakfast and lunch. And I'm here to tell you, after they graduate, not a lot changes over the summer for them when they start post-secondary for our hired partners here too. So I think it's important that we're here, and we'd love to do something statewide, but don't wait for that. That's our model in Riverside County. We want to make sure the entire state's taken care of. But in the meantime, we're going to be that change agent. We're going to be that pilot and try to get things taken care of here at home. So don't wait for a law change or some big grant for it to happen. Make the change. That's what today's about, making the change yourself. And sometimes it's starting small with your community college and your Cal State or your local UC. What can we do to address those things like, food insecurity? I think it's time for us to make that change together, and it can start small, right? It can be local control. I think some of the things we have on the forefront as a commission is we're looking at how do we partner with Cal Kids. So if you have not heard about the Cal Kids program, I'm going to put that in one of your first homework to-dos at 8:56 in the morning. You need to look that up, calkids.org. CalKids is an amazing program that our governor and our legislature put out about 2 years ago for students that qualify for college savings accounts. We have thousands of students in California that are enrolled in post-secondary these last 2 years right now, and that are current K-12 students that have anywhere from $500 to $1,500 in a college savings account. So that's your first homework task if you haven't heard about CalKids, to look that program up. But what we're trying to do at CSAC is to be able to give you that data, to be able to work with the Scholarship Investment Board to provide that data for you so you you in K-12 especially can start being proactive in working with students. I'm very proud here in Riverside County. We're first county to help work and change state laws, so we are allowed to have that data here. But we want to make sure all of you have that data. That was been the charge since the beginning. So we're excited to share some of those partnerships, hopefully to come. And you'll hear more today from Dr. Gonzalez about our Student Success Blueprint and what we're working on as we move forward together. Today is about creating partnerships, learning from each other. How do we partner with each other in higher ed? And yes, I dream big. Like I want to address things as a state, and I know we will. We have a governor and a legislature that truly believes in the importance of education, not only in K-12, but higher ed. But at the same time, it takes us too. We all have to step up, and we all have to see, how do we partner? How do we make change? I'll share with me, as the chair of the commission, I was first in my family to go to college, the first one, and navigating things like, for example, why Cal Kids is so important to me, because I didn't get my first savings account or checking account until I got my first financial aid check when I was at Cal State Long Beach. And I was like, what am I going to do? I'd never gone inside a bank before. And those are those things that we're trying to do for our students. So I'm so grateful you're here today. I'm so excited you're here. I hope it's a day of learning. I know some of you may have to step away. Hopefully you can come back, join us. I know these will be recorded, but thank you for being here. Thank you for your commitment, and thank you for being forward facing for our students. I truly believe in my heart, California will hit that 90% plus FAFSA completion rate, and I'll keep pushing and working hard. And we're here listening. I love to see the questions, private chats, whatever you need. The CSAC team and the California Student Aid, all of our commissioners, on behalf of all of us, we're here for you. So with that, I'm excited to see you all in the different breakout sessions, and I'm going to turn it over to Michael Lemus, and thank you for being our MC and our DJ.
Happy to be here and happy to be in the role. So thank you, Chair Cifuentes, and thank you to our student commissioner, Anaí Araiza, and of course, our executive director, Dr. Daisy Gonzalez. Personally, I'm feeling very inspired, and I hope you all are too. As someone that is a first-generation college graduate myself, the benefit of financial aid, I know this is very personal to so many of us. And if any of you actually feel comfortable in sharing, if you benefited from financial aid yourself, feel free to put that in the chat. I know many of us change agents here. That is a big part of the theme here. We benefited from these services. And so for us, it is personal in terms of the change that we're trying to bring to our students' lives. And so when it comes to equity and access, we are very much here to do that in partnership. So with that, we're going to transition over to the next slide, and that is going to be our next panel. So we will be transitioning to our first panel of the day, which is a student panel titled The Basic Necessities, a discussion on what students need. Our panelists include CSAC Student Commissioner Kiri Saravia, our past student commissioner, Alexis Tagagi, vice chairman of Region 7 of the Student Senate for Community Colleges, and a carpentry major at Los Angeles Trade Tech College, Keen-Tuck Tucker. And with that, I will pass it to our panel.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for taking time out of your very busy schedules to be here with us today. My name is Kiri Saravia. I serve as the CSAC Student Commissioner on behalf of the California State University System. And one of the biggest things that is constantly being talked about is the basic needs that students need in order to address a lot of things in higher education. The U.S. Government Accountability Office found that when students have all of their basic needs addressed, it leads to better retention. It leads to more students being able to have access to higher education. So the point of this student panel is meant to address all of the basic needs and how it varies based on all of the different segments. I know all of the segments here in California have different needs and have different ways on addressing it. So we are just here to come together and see how California and how CSAC can continue to help support our students. So with that, I will start with our first question. Define what affordability means on your campus. Oh wait, actually, I completely forgot. I will allow all of our student panelists to introduce themselves really quickly.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alexis Takagi. I am former commissioner at the California Student Aid Commission, representing the private independent sector. I am a doctoral student at Santa Clara University, and the basic needs coordinator at Santa Clara University as well.
I'll go next. Hi, everyone. As I just introduced myself, my name is Anaya Raisa. I'm a current student commissioner for the UC system. I'm a UC Berkeley student, and happy to be here with you all.
Great day, everyone. I do appreciate your attendance as well. I am simply a student and a new father, and extremely grateful new student or student and new father. That's enough.
Okay, thank you so much for being part of the student panel. It means so much to me, and I know it means so much to the CSAC team as well as all of the attendees. So now we'll move on to our first question. Define what affordability means on your campus and in your college system. And we'll start with Alexis.
Yeah, this is such a great question. I think in my role as a basic needs coordinator, it's really providing just like comprehensive support for our students. A lot of the students I'm supporting, as we've seen in the CSAC data, are working 3 to 4 jobs just to support themselves, and that's so unsustainable for them to then focus on a full course load, to take honors classes, to be meaningfully engaged on their campuses. And so I think affordability is not having to sacrifice, or make those decisions between affording your textbooks or eating dinner, which is a sad reality that a lot of students in California are experiencing just because the cost of living is so expensive. And so I think if we can really create comprehensive support for students so we can streamline their access to CalFresh, we can streamline just their access to basic needs, they won't have to stress about that. They can just focus on school. And so I think creating those affordable systems to cover food, transportation, a lot of those hidden stressors that go into being a successful student, and into the institution's ability to retain their students as well. It's a really stressful burden for student staff to carry in addition to coursework as well.
Great response. Anahi?
Yeah, I think affordability comes hand in hand with equity. As I've had a lot of conversations with different people, I think when we think of affordability, we kind of think about like just making tuition less expensive or just making one certain aspect less expensive, but we're kind of disregarding that so many of our students have very different experiences and very different needs. And I think affordability is creating systems where we're catering to each of their needs for the student parent, for the low income student, for the undocumented student. It's for making sure that each individual need is met and they're able to not have to sacrifice X, Y, and Z amount of things outside of school just to be able to do what they need to and what they come here to do. And so I think affordability is really centered around equity, making sure that we cater and, like I said, build systems for our students so that they don't have to come here and wonder what is it that where are the things that they need, where it's already there for them to support them.
Amazing. King Tuck?
Yes, thank you. To me, affordability is all-encompassing. That means mental affordability, spiritual affordability, as well as physical affordability. I think oftentimes we do focus on the financial aspect of affordability, but arguably it is more important to be afforded the mental space to be able to express yourself, to have accessibility for students with disabilities, to have spiritual affordability when you walk into a financial aid office and you feel good about discussing such a sensitive topic. Those are, I think, my favorite definitions of affordability, outside of the well-known definition of the ability to pay for or allow.
That's really, really great. All of you touched on what I also think affordability means on my campus. You know, it just isn't financial need. It just isn't equitable access. It's everything all together. It all of that is meant to help not only retain our students, but help more students feel like they are supported within our systems. And coming from a seasoned student, I feel like I'm so blessed to go to one of the most affordable colleges here in the entire nation. And yet I see a lot of my friends go hungry because they can't afford meals. I see a lot of my friends having to choose between not going to college or going to work. I feel like that's such a heartbreaking experience that a lot of our California students face on a daily basis. And affordability means having all of those resources available to you so that you don't have to choose whether you go hungry or you go to school. So that you don't have to choose whether you have to go to work or you get to go and pursue your education. So affordability means equitable access, but also having those resources right in front of you every day, all the time, in the spaces that you need them. So I feel like all of you guys touched on everything that I could have possibly said. So moving on to the next question, what partnerships should your college system and campuses be pursuing to assist in providing basic needs on campus? And we'll start with Anahi.
Yeah, I think coming from I've seen a lot of great partnerships already happen in like the UC system, but I think there needs to be more work, of course, to kind of standardize those practices. I've seen a lot of partnerships with, in order to, you know, make sure that our basic needs center is well maintained. There's partnerships with local food banks and meal providers. There's, you know, collaborations. I've seen, especially like through campaigns that have happened through the UC system, that drive towards equity in creating partnerships with our local, with disability and centered programs and programs that kind of still accommodate even more students that are not having their basic needs met, in terms of they have different needs than other students do. And then also having, you know, partnerships with the health center on campus to provide, you know, well-maintained healthcare for our students, mental well-being for our students. I think one of the things that are also kind of in need are making sure that we kind of partner with our local institutions or the local community where we are. I think that especially as college students, we're transitory in the places that we go. Sometimes we do stay for long periods of time, but I think in order to really integrate ourselves and be able to cater to all of the needs of our students, it's important for us to really utilize and build partnerships with our local communities in order to propel students forward and in order to create sustainable systems where we're able to address the needs of each individual student while, you know, also providing them with what is accessible within the city and building partnerships that, you know, maintain and understand where the gaps are for individual students. Like when I saw this campaign for like addressing students with disabilities and making sure that their needs are met and creating a center on each campus, especially at the UC system, that's something that's really important, is making sure that there is space for each individual student to thrive and to discuss what they need to thrive. Yeah.
That was an amazing response. King Tuck?
Yes. I gave this one a lot of thought. And the first thing I can think of, I look around and I see this. This is an EBT card. This should be allowed on all college campuses because I am aware that the CalFresh program, and I'm originally from Atlanta, Georgia. So when I came and I learned about these resources, I was happy to see that they existed. But at the same time, I was a little sad to see that a lot of students weren't taking advantage of the CalFresh system. And I think it's mostly because of the lack of education. I don't think the administrators, the faculty, and the people at our schools like take the time to like really break it down to us or even help us fill out an application. So I do believe like maybe inviting CalFresh up to the school once a month to do on point, on the spot EBT signups. I think that would be extremely helpful, even if we're only able to get 50 students a month. Food benefits. I think it will be a slow process, but it will be something that we can absolutely implement. That, as well as I like the fact that Anahi mentioned partnering with the local businesses. I think that's going to be extremely important. Partnering with corporations versus partnering with local businesses. I think the local businesses will definitely win because they'll do more advertising for you. Because they typically are more familiar with your school because they live in the community, as opposed to big corporations, which institutions tend to give their dollars to. They don't really know the specifics of the community. So the way that they advertise is very generic. And I think that is an injustice to the students. Lastly, partnerships with high schools and child care specialists. I think we should put an emphasis on big brother programs and big sister programs because that will not only increase recruitment, but it will increase the education of like, as I mentioned, mental affordability and spiritual affordability. If you know when you're going to college, you have one friend there, I think your confidence get boosted a whole lot more. So forming big brother and big sister partnerships with all of the colleges to even just emphasize financial education if we want to do one thing a month, I think that would be extremely successful partnership.
Amazing response, and I completely agree with you. I believe, oh, well, one of the partnerships that CSUN actually has is with our state governments. Our local representative, Pilar Schiavo, was able to help fund and find funding to help build one of our basic needs suites, the only basic needs suite that is available to our students on campus, because a lot of our all of the basic needs resources are scattered around campus, and this basic needs suite will be able to bring all of those needs together into one accessible point so that students can find all of their needs in one place. So I feel like our local representatives have so much to they have so much sway, they have so much power to help all of our students, all of our institutions in making sure that our students have those basic needs and have facilities to address those basic needs. So one of the biggest partnerships that I think a lot of our college systems should look into as well is our local governments. I know Pilar Schiavo, I'm so grateful that she took time to fight alongside CSUN to help make the Valera Nest, our new basic needs suite, a reality. And I feel like that's something that all CSU campuses, all UCs, community colleges, and private universities should have the opportunity to do. So I feel like our local representation, our local governments play such a big role in addressing these needs. So that's my 2 cents. Alexis, we'll end the question with you.
Yeah. And King Tuck, I really appreciated what you said about CalFresh. We're a private institution, so it's been a little bit harder to get students those CalFresh benefits. But I've been partnering with Second Harvest to host CalFresh workshops on campus, so students can go for like, there's like a drop-in hour for 4 hours. Students can stop by in between classes. They can enroll in our Bronco Pantry. They can get access to CalFresh. We have had county representatives come and table on campus and inform students about kind of their rights and what they have access to, and the eligibility process for that, because I think it's so important to be transparent with our students about what resources they have access to and how we can help them to apply. I think another partnership institution-based is the financial aid office. Working with them as the basic needs coordinator has been able to streamline access to scholarships and emergency aid, and help students file for financial aid appeals, if that's something that they just need a little extra money, whether that's a loan or a grant, to help them cover the basic needs to help them be successful in school. And so really just informing students again of what their package means. And then I think, like Anahi said, working with local pantries, local small businesses is another support as well, to really create an ecosystem of basic needs support. We really aren't isolated in this. And so I think if we can bring in community partners, really inform students again about their resources, I think it can be really empowering for them when they're navigating this, in addition to being a student and to all the other things that they're doing on campuses as well. And then I think the last one is just like legal aid for housing discrimination and undocumented students. I've been working with Project Sentinel, that's close in the Bay Area, but just other organizations that I think, again, informing students of their rights. So before things happen, like we can take preventative action to support them so they're not evicted, so they're not discriminated against. And again, we can support them in their studies as well.
That's such an amazing way to tie it all in. Thank you so much. And then for our last question, if you had a magic wand, how would you address serving students' basic needs on campus? And we'll start this question off with King Tuck.
If I had a magic wand, if I had a magic wand, I would ask everyone to be able to have patience. I think patience will go such a long way. It means teachers would sit with their students longer. I think the students will sit with their homework longer, as opposed to, being on YouTube and things of that nature. That extra time will give them time to look up scholarships and actually sit still and be able to apply, take that hour and a half to apply for a scholarship, to read those emails that we don't read, because I don't really read the emails that the school sends all the time in the news, because my life is moving so fast. But once I become more still and more patient with myself and the people around me, not only am I able to treat myself better, but I'm able to treat my reflections, aka the financial aid officers, the teachers that work hard, the administrators, the overzealous student. We start to put ourselves in those people's shoes when we have patience. So I think if I had a magic wand, I would give everyone unconditional patience.
That's an amazing response. Well, if I had a magic wand, I feel like this is such a controversial opinion. I would make college free. I feel like if we want to address all of our basic needs that our students are currently facing, college should not be one of them. College should not be something that is out of reach for the students of California. College should be the way for our students to make their lives better. And if I could, I would make college free, whether it's the CSU system, the UCs, the private institutions. College should be free and accessible to all students, and it should not be one of the things that they struggle to afford. So that would be what I would do. I will pass it on to Anahi.
Thank you so much for both of your answers. Kiri, I know that's right. Like, like that is absolutely correct. I think, being here and like I think all of us can be a testament to this, is like being able to go to college in the first place is such a privilege, and it feels like such a privilege to be here. But I think someone in the comments just shared this, like education should not be a privilege. It should be something that everyone has affordable access to, and that everybody is able to go and enjoy the opportunities of life, because education is such a powerful tool for equity. But I really want to touch on something that King Tug like shared, which is having a lot of patience and having all of these things. And I think sometimes when we go through this, we sometimes feel like we're running out of time, or we're running out of things to do. And so I think when we put it in ourselves in each other's shoes and try to understand where we all are in this journey towards, making affordable, accessible education for everybody, I think that's so beautiful and really important, and making sure that we are creating sustainable systems together and all of that. So if I had a magic wand, one of like curious answer, free education, but all of that was great. Thank you.
Amazing. Alexis, you can tie the question all together.
Yeah, I think for me, I think one of the things that I've been seeing a lot, I think just on my campus, but also just like on a statewide level, is just access to affordable housing, which I think goes into like what you were saying, like students should not be sacrificing just so many things, and they're like sacrificing food and transportation, like just so many things to just afford their education. Like they're making so many sacrifices just to be able to get their degree. And so, I mean, we've seen across the state, students are living in their cars to be able to go to college. They're in safe parking programs. They're overcrowded spaces that aren't psychologically safe for them. And so I think if we can give access to affordable housing, subsidized rent, so students aren't put in these like bad situations that they can't focus on their school. And so I think we could tangibly support them in finding housing. I think that would not relieve all of the burden, but it would be less burdensome on them while they're trying again to like graduate and work towards their degree. Because I can't imagine having to live in your car and then go to school, and it's just such an invisible burden as well, just because it's not talked about enough. Like there's so many students, I think, especially at the community college level, who are in that situation, but they're still showing up to classes, they're still engaging. But it's really unfortunate that they have to make those sacrifices every day just to get their education.
Amazing. That is such a great way to tie it all in. We had one add-on question that was sent to me. What one piece of advice do you have for a college or university administrator who doesn't believe students need financial aid? I will start this off. It's not true. It's not true. There are students out there that are having to choose between surviving in the state of California and going to college. There are students out there that, like Alexis stated, are living in their cars in order to be able to go to college. There are students that are having to live with their parents, work 3 jobs, that are having to not eat and not take care of themselves to put themselves through an education. So I highly suggest for anyone that truly believes that students don't need financial aid, sit down and talk with your students. Sit down and talk to them about how much it actually costs them to attend college. Because I guarantee you that it's not just their tuition, it is their books, their food, their transportation. There are a lot of things that go into the cost of attendance. So I genuinely think that one of the biggest things that you can do to help find a way to address it is to sit down and talk with your students. Learn their stories, know what they have gone through, because not every student is facing the same situation. Every student has a completely different story, a completely different perspective. So that would be my piece of advice. I'll pass it on to Alexis.
Yeah, I mean, I will just say, listen to your students. I mean, they're like, they're the ones you need to be having these conversations with. And I think including them in the dialogue is so helpful to actually addressing the issue, because it, like you were saying, it exists on a spectrum. Some are relying more on loans, some are relying more on grants. Some, need-based, merit-based, like they're really piecemealing a bunch of different funding sources to fund their education, which I think can be a really huge stressor for them, especially if it is based on GPA, because then they have to worry about attending to their basic needs, but also keeping their grades up. And so students need financial aid to go to college. There's so many students, especially our students of color, who need aid to be able to afford school, and to not go into debt. That would just, yeah. So I would say, like you said, listen to your students, listen to the unique challenges that they're facing. I think each college campus and each sector has its own set of like challenges as well. Like we're not in a food desert, but like access to transportation, like all of these things play into, again, kind of the ecosystem that you're creating for your students, and how can we make it so it's receptive to them, and how can we use data to inform that work as well, to make sure that we're making sustainable changes to our students and streamlining these processes so we don't lose students. Because it's a reality that they could withdraw from the institution, they could transfer out. And so we really need to support their retention. And a huge part of that is financial aid. I've had so many students say, if I didn't have financial aid, I would have to drop out. If I didn't have financial aid, I would have to just work full time. And so again, like it's critical for students to have access to aid, to emergency funding, to scholarships, to the Cal Grant, to be able to afford their education, and again, to meaningfully engage in campus, which I think is what a huge part of this discussion is.
Such an amazing addition to everything. We'll move on to Kinta.
Well, what I say to an administrator that says we don't need financial aid, only words I would say is quit. Like I would tell the administrator they probably need to not just sit down, but step down, like go find yourself something better to do. But immediately after, there'll just be action and demonstration. Like, what do you mean we don't need financial aid? If there's finances to be paid, chances are there's going to be a need for financial aid. It actually really boils my blood to even hear people insinuate those type of things, because it does kind of give credit to the miseducation of our administration, which leads to the miseducation of our students, which leads to generations of students not being able to take advantage of the resources that are there. And then these big, budgets, they'll have resources left over, and we don't know where they go, I guess in a place called reserves or something like that. But what I feel will be a beautiful example, and I don't know if this is still on the point of the question, because that administrator's fired. They're done. Petition signed all day. It's already up, But when we get to those end of the year, fiscal year points with the state and other financial aid institutions, really look for student projects. Consider more stipends for students investing in, school to school recruitment. Put together a school to school recruitment team, or a pep up the school, or pay the students to give the education that the administration wants to give. Because I think it's like a really older person trying to play basketball. Sometimes you just got to pass the torch. Like, you were great in your day, but students want something new now, and they want to hear mostly from people who look like them and are in the situation they're in. So invest in the students in that particular way, and I think there'll be a lot of amazing results. But yeah, that administrator's done.
Amazing. I completely support your point. I definitely think that that is something that should be addressed. Anahi, why don't you tie it all together?
Yeah, again, all of your points, amazing. I think what I would want to add to the conversation is like thinking about this administrator and being like, well, where are you getting your feedback, first of all? And like, what kind of biases do you think or experiences have you had that allow you to believe that financial aid is not needed for students? And then after that, if you're as an administrator hearing crickets or hearing nothing, it's your job to question where your students are at, where your students are needing, because sometimes a lot of students are not able to participate in advocacy because they're working their day-to-day jobs, because they're stretching themselves incredibly thin in order to make sure that they can get by. And I feel like, especially like in the context of that administrator who feels that their no student needs financial aid, it's the point of, you need to go out there and understand and reach your student population in such a way and engage with them in order to make sure that they have everything that they need, because there's always a way to make things better and to make our systems better. And I think, again, it's just making sure that we work collectively and collaboratively, and one up to all of your points. Yeah, thank you.
That is such an amazing way to tie it all together. We had another Q&A question. How do you reach those students that aren't enrolling in college at all because they can't afford it and keeping them enrolled? I will have King Tuck actually start us off.
I'd be happy to start that off. Me being a new student, I guess. I've been out of college for about 10 years and I recently got back in. There's two things I realized that I did differently this time around. And I'm so excited to give the knowledge to everybody who's not in college right now. College is a waste of time if you don't know what you're there for. That's just a fact. The reason why I wasn't a proponent of college before was because I went to college for the wrong reasons. I didn't have a goal. I didn't have a specific plan. And yes, I spoke with counselors, all these type of things. But when you're young, you're still trying to figure out what it is you're passionate about, what you would start a business in, and you're having a lot of life experience. So what I would say is that personal recruiting works the best. You are a testimony. You're your own testimony. Just literally say, hey, meet me at the school. Tuesday, Thursdays, I have class. Meet me at the school any day. I'll take you to the library, fill out that FAFSA with you. It literally takes 15 minutes. The issue is people think it takes so long and the process is so much. And it is like the students, we gas it up a little bit. The people who are coming in are seeing us beef with the financial aid office time and time again. And they're like, I don't want to have to deal with all that type of stuff. It seems like such a process. But as I believe it was Alexis that said streamlining that process is what will increase the recruitment. And also doing it from someone who is from their community and their neighborhood. That helps the recruitment, not no commercial, not mail, not email, their peers of their community. And if we invest in the peers, we increase the recruitment. And it seems to work that way in every other endeavor.
Amazing. I completely agree. We'll move on to Alexis.
Yeah, I think just what King Tux said, like I would have to like echo that. I think meeting the people where they are in their communities, being true like testimonies of your experience. I always try and go to different like local or like events in my community, go to the high schools, represent like community college as like a viable pathway because it is for students, and I wasn't aware of that when I was in high school. And so I think just again going out to your community, partnering with local libraries, going to like different boys and girls clubs, and I think just really being like a citizen in that way and just really championing, you know, higher education. I think that's one way. I also think the California Community College system did a really great campaign for the I Can enroll in college and I can change my life. And I know they did like billboards. I know they had them at the airport. I think that is a really empowering way to reach students who may be on the fence about going back to community college. And I know it's been helpful for I'm studying the academic retention of Latinx adult learners, and I think tactics like that has been really helpful in keeping them motivated to stay in school. It's like, oh, the community college system says I can, or my neighbor says I can. So I think, again, just really being intentional and doing that, I think, is really helpful.
I completely agree. Anahi.
Yeah, I think I think coming from my own experience and then coming from the experience of like the peers that I saw, especially in like my county, a lot of people don't understand or don't know that there are a lot more aid out there for them that exists for them than they have perceived, because a lot of the times when we talk about college, we talk about it in a sense of like this huge unaffordable thing where you will definitely have to take out loans and you will definitely have to sacrifice everything. And I think when talking about college in such a way that it portrays it in a negative light or portrays it as something that's going to be incredibly costly to you, it detracts a lot of students. It pushes them away. And even more, like when we think about the narrative that we have about college and thinking that college is and one of the only ways that people are able to succeed or students will be able to succeed, it's making sure that they understand that college is there for them to help them to succeed. It's a tool. It's making sure that all of the students that tried or at least feel like there is some kind of perception where college is this huge thing or a huge unattainable thing is simply not true. And I think a lot of it does start in our individual communities and talking about what the past speakers talked about, King Tut and Alexis, about making sure that we have, you know, peer-to-peer outreach, making sure that we know and outreach to our small communities, because that's really where it starts. It starts at the high school level. I know CSAC does a lot of work with the CalSO programs in order to make sure that those processes are being started, but it's really starts with education above all, to know and have the knowledge to empower yourself towards that decision.
That's amazing. Just to echo all of you guys, I feel like having those resources in front of all of those students, having them have access to all of the things that can help put them through college is where it starts. We can't talk about making sure that we retain students if they don't have the resources necessary to know how to stay in college. And as mentioned in the chat, and mentioned by all of you, a lot of students go and leave high school not thinking about whether college is even for them. So how do we help them come back? Because technically they're not the traditional student. They're not the traditional student because they didn't go straight from high school to college. So how do we help these students that are not our traditional students into re-enrolling into college? Making sure that they have those resources continuing on beyond high school is how we are able to address students that aren't enrolling in college and feel like they can't afford college. So making sure that they have those resources beyond high school and starting at the high school level is how we can address that. So I agree with all of your guys' points. And then moving on to one of our last Q&A questions. I don't know if there are any more. How do you think campuses and other students can help remove the stigma attached to receiving CalFresh to help increase the number of students that apply and take advantage of this benefit? And we'll start with Anahi.
from the way like I understood the question is how to remove like kind of the stigma about getting CalFresh or being on CalFresh. I think a lot of the times and what like helped me remove the stigma a little bit was just like having my friends be like, yeah, I have CalFresh and it helps me pay for food. Girl, like go get some CalFresh. And like I think it's a lot of the times just having open conversations about, hey, like every college student, this is a tool for us. It's not meant to be something that we're like meant to be ashamed about. It's we're as college students, and I think especially in the state of California, the administrators of CalFresh like understand that college is an incredibly expensive and time, and that being able to have another tool in your toolbox to make sure that you're getting fed and being able to do the things that you need to do is incredibly important. And so I think a lot of the times it starts with campaigns around, hey, you know you qualify for CalFresh, and guess what? You deserve CalFresh as well. Like I think a lot of the times we feel like it's a merit system. We need to, if you can't get through college all on your own or get through all of these things, like you have to sacrifice everything. That's not true. Like a lot of these tools are meant to support us, and we're here to all support each other. And I think that's where it comes from sometimes. And that's just my opinion on it.
Amazing. King Tut?
I do, I do believe that this is that. First of all, thank you for even putting this summit together. It is increasingly apparent why these conferences are necessary, because these are true answers from the students. And the fact that y'all are ahead of the game and even asking the questions about partnerships, this is inspiring to a student like myself. So I just wanted to say that. The CalFresh partnership, two ways you can do it. And this is why I did this in the middle of a conference of 1,000 people. This is nothing to be ashamed of. This is it's a grant. If you even reform the verbiage of food stamps or CalFresh, if you add grant, you literally go right into the institutional world of school. So now you're speaking the lingo of that community, of the school, the scholar community. You say, hey, we have if anyone's interested in signing up for a food grant, a monthly food grant, please come to this office, come to this seminar. It's the verbiage. The other way, the shallow way, would be to make it trendy.
Oh no, I think we might have lost him. I'm so sorry. I guess, okay, well, I'll give him my 2 cents. Kind of like what he said, reminding students that this isn't just help, this is help that they deserve. Kind of like what Anahi said, they don't just qualify, they deserve this help. I feel like helping students realize and helping them acknowledge that it's not just them that qualifies for this kind of help is how we can destigmatize the this idea around that CalFresh is, I don't know. I'm so sorry. But I was one of the students that could have qualified for CalFresh, and I myself was scared to apply. I was scared to get that help that I needed, that I knew my family needed. And it hits so close to home when I think that other students feel like they shouldn't get CalFresh because they don't deserve it or they don't qualify, because I was one of those students. And sometimes I still am. Sometimes I still am. And I feel like the biggest reason that I feel like that is because I feel like I'd be receiving a handout when I shouldn't be feeling like that. But that is how a lot of people explain CalFresh and how a lot of people decide to explain CalFresh to me. And it's kind of just like a handout. And I feel like that just right there, having those conversations change and saying, this isn't a handout, this isn't just help, this is a benefit that you qualify for, this is a grant that you deserve, is how we can destigmatize and help students apply for more benefits like HelpFresh. So that's my 2 cents. So I'll allow Alexis to tie it all up for us.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought this up. Again, I'm the basic needs coordinator, so I help students apply for CalFresh just because it's such to destigmatize it, but also just demystify the process of what it's like to apply for CalFresh, what documentation is needed. And there's also special criteria for students that you have to be receiving Cal Grant A or B, working 20 hours, in a local government program, have a dependent child. There's very specific criteria as a student to be eligible for CalFresh. And when I meet with students, they feel so guilty for utilizing this resource, and they feel like they're taking away from other students. And so I think, again, using empowering language of like, you deserve access to this. How can you focus on your midterm if you're hungry? And just kind of framing it like that, I think is a huge light bulb moment for them to be like, oh, you're right. Like I can't take a test if I'm hungry, and I can't focus on my extracurriculars and things like that. So I've had some student ambassadors be trained on CalFresh through Second Harvest, and I've also put together my own training. So they're able to then go out, support their peers, do like little like midnight cafes, and then enroll students in CalFresh as well. And then I'm able to track the application and work with the county to ensure when it's been assigned to a case manager, if it was denied, why it was denied, and really help students advocate in that way. And I think that's really empowered them to utilize these benefits to apply for Medi-Cal, to apply for CalFresh as well. Another tactic I used is to talk about the benefits of CalFresh. In addition to groceries, they also have access to the Clipper Start program to get 50% off public transportation. They also can get free Amazon Prime. They can get discounted on phone bill, utility in their area. And so I always tell students, like, even if you're getting a smaller amount in CalFresh, you do get access to other benefits. And the money does roll over. So I think just educating your community on that. And again, using empowering language of like, you deserve this, you need this to be successful, has been a really great strategy that's been empowering students, both undergrad and grad, to take advantage of these benefits, and of my role on campus as well.
Thank you. And thank you so much for all the work that you do for the students at your campus. I was told that King Tuck was back, so I don't know if you would like to finish his answer since it was so rudely interrupted by the internet.
Man, that internet gets you every time. I really do appreciate that the floor space. And it does sound like y'all pretty much covered exactly where I was going to go, finding different ways to just arrange the verbiage, even almost to making a trendy commercial, because this is a generation of TikToks and things of that nature. So it kind of destroys stigmas. You can destroy that with a proper marketing campaign, and a TikTok. Just like, hey, y'all tripping. I don't know why y'all don't want these food benefits, or look what I just, like, literally going into the local businesses that accept EBT, or going on your campus and swiping and showing them what you get instead of this. Like, do you want this bag of chips out the vending machine, or would you like a frozen meal that you can heat up out of Ralph's? Just getting very clever with the marketing and catering to the generation we're in, instead of trying, all these old tricks. But yes, it does sound like everybody covered it. And also shout out to Alexis for really being a pioneer and an advocate for the students, because that's what we need more of on all campuses. People who will walk you through the whole entire process, as well as follow up, because that's another thing. We get dropped off a lot. So that follow up is extremely important. And I commend you tremendously for that.
Thank you so much for finishing up your answer. I'm so sorry that you got cut off. But I'm just now gonna close up this student panel. Thank you so much to everyone that attended the student panel on basic needs. Each one of us has a completely different perspective and experience when it comes to the basic needs of students in higher education. Each one of us comes from a completely different segment that sometimes doesn't see eye to eye in how things should be done, but what we can agree on is that students' basic needs aren't just something that can constantly be in question. It's a right. It's a right to make sure that our students are fed, that our students are homed, that our students receive an education. So our basic needs efforts are showcased in all of our students, because a lot of students without all of these efforts, without all of these resources, wouldn't be able to be in college. And I feel like with the political climate at the moment, a lot of students are scared. And I just want to be here and reassure all of our students that might be on this panel, all of the administrators that might be on this panel, that we as CSAC, we as students will not stop fighting, will not stop speaking up for everyone that deserves all of these basic needs. And all of our representatives here in the state of California, such as Alex Padilla, who introduced the BASIC Act that we here at CSUN proudly support, should get passed to ensure that every single campus has a basic needs suite to address all of the resources that students need. So thank you again so much, everyone, and thank you again so much for attending. And to our students that were able to be part of this conversation, thank you so much. And thank you so much for allowing me to moderate this discussion. I'm so deeply honored. And yeah, again, thank you.
Excellent job, everybody. Thank you.
All right. Well, first off, can we please get a huge virtual applause? And if you want to show some love in the chat for our students that were a wonderful, wonderful panel. And thank you all to each of you for your inspiration, your honesty, your transparency, but really for you all helping to paint a picture of what the reality is here in California, but across this country when it comes to the challenges that students face. I'm seeing so much love, all the emojis. And I want to just go ahead and emphasize a couple of things before we move on to the next portion of the summit. And first and foremost, it's that deserve line. Students deserve to access the tools they need to succeed. And when it comes to the communication, I know all of you mentioned how we're communicating with students, whether it be CSAC, our partners, the schools, you all as students among your peers. We have to make sure that we're actively going to our students and ensuring that they have the information in a way that's digestible. We're talking a lot about hunger and affordability and all the crises that students are facing across the state. So we know that we need to make sure that we modernize and update our content and how it's reflective of the information that we're trying to give. So thank you so much. You all are still getting some love in the chat and in the emojis. And really, the last thing I'll just share here is that you students, are the future of our state. You're the future of our country. You're the future of what our country will look like. And so there's so much success and so many things that you're offering to the world. And so I just want to say I appreciate you all. And with that, we need to talk about data. And so we are going to go ahead and jump into our next panel. And so I am happy to introduce our next two speakers here. So we have CSAC Deputy Director for Policy and Public Affairs, Jake Bremner, and we also have CSAC Deputy Director for Data Analysis and Research, Jessica Moldoff, who are going to be talking to us about data, bridging the gaps as a call to action. And before I pass it officially to them, I will also just mention, please register for our breakout sessions and our networking hour. That will be in the chat. The links will be available, but it's also on our summit webpage. So please make sure that you check those out. I hear a little birdie has told me that there's also going to be a presentation on communications and marketing, since that's come up so much, but there's also so many other wonderful presentations you can tap into. So with that, I'm going to pass it to Jake and to Jessica.
Well, thank you, Michael, and good morning, everyone. It's really great to be with you all virtually. I'm really excited to help introduce this next panel, but geez, I have to first say, what a tough act to follow. What incredible student leaders that we had the privilege of just hearing from today. And I think We certainly already had a call to action from that discussion, but in this next conversation, we're going to look at how data can help inspire change and can help inspire local practice, state, federal policy that can help us better serve college students. So I have the privilege of getting to help facilitate this conversation with three true expert panelists that can help us better understand recent data around financial aid application completion and how we can make that actionable. So in this portion of the agenda, we're going to look at the past several years to shed further light on which student populations have been most impacted by implementation of federal and state policy changes for good and for bad, as well as what other experience and research demonstrates as a means to help students overcome challenges in applying for aid. And I know so many of you who are on the Zoom today have been working with our students over this past year to navigate this new FAFSA, grappling with challenges that student populations like those from our mixed status families encountered as they were trying to navigate the studentaid.gov account creation process. And we know that there's a lot of uncertainty, particularly this week in light of potential changing national climate. That makes how we come together locally and here in California to ensure continued student access even more important. So before we get into that conversation, first we're going to ground ourselves in the data landscape. And to help us in understanding that data, I'm pleased to introduce, or to reintroduce, since Michael helped here, my colleague and CSAC's Deputy Director of Data Analysis and Research, Dr. Jessica Moldoff. Dr. Moldoff oversees and directs the research and data sharing functions of CSAC and manages what we call our DART team, Data Analysis and Research Team. She's responsible for facilitating research on program effectiveness and financial aid administration, as well as overseeing the reports that CSAC generates, our program and our fiscal projections, and all of the various ad hoc data requests that Dr. Moldoff and our team receive. So without further ado, I will pass it over to Dr. Moldoff to help kick off our data conversation before we pull in our other panelists to join us as well.
Thanks, Jake. Next slide. Before diving in, we must first contextualize the data that we're going to be looking at today with a tale of two very different aid years. As a baseline, we have the 22-23 award year representing an average year of race submit, where we saw a 62% FAFSA completion rate by June 30th of the graduating senior high school class of 2022. 2023-24 was in the first year of the universal FAFSA requirement as set by AB 469 here in California, also known as the All-In campaign here at CSAC, where that completion rate rose to 69%. It was a great success. And thank you so much to all of the counselors and community partners and advocates that helped us to get there. But then next came 24-25, or the Better FAFSA first implementation year, where our 2 steps forward in 2023 unfortunately became our 2 steps back. Brought on by the Future Act and the FAFSA Simplification Act, the multitude of changes to the FAFSA resulted in delayed opening from October 1st to December 31st, and numerous technical challenges, many of which still persist today, looking into the 25-26 year. The rate of completion for high school seniors thus dropped to 60%, and recent data from the National Student Clearinghouse shows a drop in enrollment for this population of incoming freshmen, despite overall increases in undergraduate students. The California June Act application, known as the CADA, was also updated for 2024-25, and while that opening was delayed to match the FAFSA, students encountered few technical issues with the form itself. I must also note that while this data stops at June 30th, we did see significant gains prior to the September 3rd Community College Cal Grant deadline, which did make the 2024-25 count closer match, sometimes surpass the 22-23 count. But the data in this presentation is looking at the June 30th deadline, because that is the deadline that is set by the Universal FAFSA statute for California. Next slide, please. Now let's look closer at these 2 years to find out more about what happened. Are these fluctuations evenly spread throughout California, or are some areas hit harder than others? In previous presentations of our application data, such as in our various commission meetings, We focused on student demographics such as age and higher ed segment, but today we're going to do something different. We're going to focus on location. On this slide, the completion rate by public high school seniors is broken out by county, with the largest counties on the left and the smallest counties on the right. As you can see, while the rates themselves can vary widely from county to county, the trend of 23-24 being a high year, the high year, is mostly consistent. We see the biggest fluctuations in some of the smallest counties, such as the growth in Lassen, Lake, and Napa, which are indicated by the blue stars by their names from 22-23 to 23-24, and then significant declines in small counties such as Modoc, Calaveras, and Inyo, indicated by the yellow stars from 2023-24 to 2024-25. So here we're really seeing that there's just a lot going on from county to county. So we're really trying to need to go deeper into it. Next slide, please. This next slide represents the data visually across California. For those of you who are more visual rather than line chart learners. The key in the upper right corner indicates that as completion rates are higher, the county is darker blue, while lower rates are pale blue or even yellow. From left to right, we have the base year moving into the all-in year in the middle, so 2023-24 in the middle, with multiple darker counties, and then the better FAFSA, the 24-25 year on the right, where many counties are lighter, some even more so than in the first map in our baseline year. And yes, we will be sharing this map at the end of our discussion today. But for now, I challenge you to find your county and see how it changed year over year. Here at CSAC, we're in Sacramento, and we definitely saw our blue get darker in 23-24, but then significantly lighter in 24-25, again, indicating that we saw a growth in the 23-24 year with all-in and AB 469, and then a decline facing a better FAFSA in 24-25. While this is a nice visual, it's not very actionable, especially given the amount of variation among and within counties. Again, it is really those lower population counties that are most variable, and looking at things at the county level may be convenient from a mapping perspective, but aren't necessarily convenient from actually being able to see what these large counties may be hiding within them. So next slide. Deeper understanding comes from starting to disaggregate the data. In this case, we broke apart the counties into individual district completion rates, limited to those districts with at least 100 enrolled seniors. Larger districts are on the left and smaller on the right. And the fluctuations we saw in small counties is mirrored by small districts. Each green dot represents the district's completion rate in 2023-24, whereas the blue dot on the same vertical line is the completion rate in 24-25. Smaller distances indicate smaller rates of change, while larger distances represent larger ones. One way to think about this is the large districts on the left half compared to the smaller districts on the right, potentially large districts that need to help a lot of students in order to move the needle a little bit, versus small districts that could have a few individuals making a big impact. It's really comes down to who those counselors are, what the kind of culture of individual high schools are, about whether or not they are already starting at a high level and are even getting to higher levels in each subsequent year. But we want to have a stronger takeaway in this presentation than just larger districts are more consistent than the smaller ones. So next slide, please. All right, this is the last data slide. For this slide, we group districts by their percentage of low socioeconomic status students per the California Department of Ed's most recent data. So basically here, we're trying to, we have our micro level of the district, but then we're trying to really see differences among districts according to which ones are higher or lower need. A student is indicated as being a lower socioeconomic status through a combination of their eligibility for the federal free reduced lunch program and their parents' education level. Those districts with higher percentages, the ones that are at the right side of the chart, are the higher need districts. Those are the districts that are more composed of students who have that either low income or their parents have low education levels. We then plotted those districts by the average of the change they saw from baseline to all in. So the change they had from the 22-23 to the 22-23 to the 23-24. So the change they saw in the all in campaign. And then from all in to better FAFSA. So the often decline they saw in 24-25. When we apply the trend lines, so each dot represents a cluster of districts in that same kind of economic status. And then the trend line is sort of where the dots seem to be going as a group. And when we apply those trend lines, we see significantly higher increases for higher need districts for 23-24, with a lot of variability across need. But the trend is much more consistent as a downward trend for 24-25. Those higher need districts saw higher negative impacts in application rates from 23-24 to 24-25, suggesting that the impact of better FAFSA was most felt by those with lower socioeconomic populations. Those higher need districts fared worse in the 24-25 implementation of the better FAFSA. And of course, this data could be further disaggregated by student and district demographics to drill down onto specific impacted populations. But limitations in the data coming from the FAFSA mean that our analysis of demographics such as gender and race and ethnicity are delayed. But we hope to share those insights with all of you soon. So what's next? So we must feel empowered to help students navigate the financial aid process, knowing now what we did not know in 24-25. The biggest challenge in 24-25 with the better FAFSA is that information was not always readily available. We were not receiving clear information about what things were going to look like from the feds, and thus here at CSAC, we weren't able to pass it on to you all on the front line. And then also we weren't able to receive data about the students who actually completed the application or didn't complete the application. So our ability, a lot of the levers that we were able to use for the all-in campaign in 23-24 were not available until very late in the cycle for 24-25. But we must think of it as we're going back to baseline. Again, our 2 steps forward and only 2 steps back. It is a reset, not a setback. We saw big losses in better FAFSA because we reached such highs in California during 23-24. So for 25-26, I hope that we can be all in again. And this time we are ready because we know what this FAFSA looks like and we know how to help students navigate through it. And with that, back to Jake.
Thank you, Dr. Moldoff. There's a lot to process in the data that you just shared, and I think there are some clear takeaways for all of us, many that likely track with some of our own experiences in working with students over this past year, and that we know there was a differential impact of these application changes, of the new processes that we were asking students to undertake, and of the confusion that so many of our professionals felt as we were trying to navigate this process with our students, and particularly those families that have the most complicated application data to report and often the most challenging experience navigating this application. And I think that last slide that you shared with the data really underscores that point. But to drill down a little bit more deeply into this data and into the conversation around what we can do about this, both locally at your own school, at your own college, or together as a state of California, I'm really grateful that we'll be joined by now 2 leading experts here in California in the financial aid arena that can help us do that from both a research and from a practice standpoint. So I'm pleased to introduce our 2 other panelists joining us today for this conversation, Dr. Elizabeth Friedman and Jacqueline Pinedo. Dr. Elizabeth, or Betsy Friedman, is a research fellow at Wheelhouse and the California Education Lab at UC Davis, where she also received her PhD in education with an emphasis in school organization and educational policy. Dr. Friedman's research focuses in on the issues related to college access and success, including, of course, financial aid and transfer pathways from community colleges. Jacqueline Pinheiro is the CEO at UAspire, a nonprofit organization with the mission to improve the economic mobility of underrepresented students by creating financial solutions to diverse post-secondary pathways. Jacqueline's been a member of the UAspire executive leadership team since 2017, serving as chief regional officer and executive director of their Bay Area site prior to that. And before joining UAspire, Jacqueline worked at Bay Area Legal Aid for 14 years and was responsible for managing their revenue portfolio and advancing their mission through resource alignment. So now I want to pass it to both of you, Dr. Friedman and Jacqueline, for a question in response to the data that Dr. Moldoff just shared. What stands out as a surprise in that data, or maybe something that underlines what you already knew about this past year with implementation of the Better FAFSA and the challenges that came with it? And we'll start that question with Dr. Friedman.
Thanks, Jake. It's great to be part of this panel and to share kind of what we're doing. So unfortunately, one thing that didn't surprise me, but is especially problematic, is the trend line for the most recent year, that the biggest declines in financial aid applications were among the districts with the highest SES students. Not surprising, given everything we've heard anecdotally about the students that had the most trouble navigating the FAFSA were the ones that either didn't have the supports from parents or other needs. And it's especially problematic because those are the students that actually need to submit the application first as a first step towards the college application process. So not surprising, but especially troubling.
Everyone, thanks for having me. I agree with you, Betsy, that is kind of the data underscores that point. I would also say from UAspire's perspective of being on the ground in different districts, it is the district size and the variability and the resources that are provided to different districts. As a nonprofit, we do a lot of fundraising, a lot of philanthropy supports our on the ground advising staff who are in many of these schools. And sometimes it's surprising to hear, oh, X school doesn't need more money because there's this assumption that if a school district is in a higher income county, that they have everything they need. And that's absolutely not the case. So I think it's really important to also understand the resources that are at each district, but also the variability by, if it is a higher income county or if it's a lower income county, we can't make assumptions about the resources that are on the ground. You need to really understand what resources are on the ground and how much more needs to be invested.
Thank you both. And I think that's such an important point, Jacqueline, as we hold together the data that Dr. Moldoff shared on both county level and district level. And we think even in perhaps districts that might be more affluent, we have many students that may still be first generation college going students, may still not have that social capital or that awareness within their own personal network. And how do we make sure we don't leave those students behind either? As we also know, we need to target our state resources to those communities with the least. And that's where I want to take the next question to Dr. Friedman to try to get to that student level experience in this process too, as we think about how that connects with this county and district level or state level analysis. Dr. Friedman, you and your colleagues at the California Education Lab have been surveying students to understand from their perspectives directly what support was important in their applying for financial aid. Can you share a few highlights from that research and what resonates as we look at the data that was just presented?
At Davis, we're luckily and fortunate to have a long-standing and productive partnership with CSAC over the years, both on data research projects, but also many surveys of the California financial aid applicants. When the COVID pandemic first hit, we were actually able to quickly design and disseminate surveys to hear directly from students about the challenges they were facing with health, safety, finances, and online courses. And then recently we've conducted surveys of California high school seniors the past 2 years, all the high school seniors who submitted a FAFSA or CADA. And the first one from the class of 2023, the first class in the all-in 469 FAFSA year. So in addition to asking a wide range of questions about the students' high school experiences and plans for college, we also asked a series of questions about specifically how they navigated the FAFSA or CADA process. And so we asked them, students who provided support with them completing the application, there are a lot of differences by student demographics. Especially by income. So lower income students relied more heavily on high school counselors and financial aid workshops hosted at the high school. compared to their higher income peers more likely to rely on parental support. And there are even some further differences when looking at both by race and income. So even when we look at students who are within the same income range, there were actually some striking differences by race as well. So across income, Latinx students were more likely to rely on high school counselors and staff, while white and Asian students were more likely to have parental support. Specifically, 24% of the lowest income students, 24% of Latinx students had parental help, compared to 38% of Asian and almost half of white students. So this is definitely not a lack of interest from Latinx students, but really an indication of kind of continued information barriers that Latinx students and families face, with an additional challenge for mixed status families. So similarly for the class of 2024 survey that we just admitted, there were some big differences in support of different sources of support. First generation students were more likely to rely on high school staff and counselors, while students with parents who went to college had parental support as well. So it really shows kind of like even before the rollout of the new FAFSA this past year, that kind of a baseline of different differences by student demographics. But the class of 2024 faced additional challenges with the delayed opening and technical difficulties of the new form, including having to submit it multiple times, getting required documents and information from parents. And these were especially pronounced among first generation students who found it much more likely to have face additional difficulties compared to higher income students. But across the board and across income categories, a lot of students face problems with the new FAFSA. So together, these kind of really highlight the critical role high school and staff play in helping students, especially those that minorities and for additional difficulties, submit the FAFSA CADA. And it really shows the importance in providing resources, like Jacqueline said, at the local level to make sure that the schools and the students have the resources they needed to get the application submitted successfully.
Thank you for that response. And I think it not only tracks with what so many of us hear from our students and families on an ongoing basis, or maybe don't hear enough. So I'll say thank you to all of our counselors who are out there on the Zoom today for your work. And I'll just take one brief moment, moderator's privilege, to say this also tracks with what we found in our own research that we've conducted over the past year at the Student Aid Commission. We're very grateful that we not only have the opportunity to work with incredible colleagues at UC Davis. We also, thanks to support through the Haas Junior Fund, had an opportunity to work with a public opinion research firm and a messaging intervention firm to understand how students from our key target populations that we know we need to collectively do more to reach, students who are from first generation college going backgrounds, low income backgrounds, not completing that A to G curriculum to be on the traditional four-year college going path upon high school graduation, and also our undocumented students or students from immigrant families. We wanted to understand, how do they think about financial aid? Where do they learn about financial aid? And what are the anxieties that they encounter as they're thinking about whether higher education or financial aid is for them? And what we found, to your point, Dr. Friedman, is the importance of the messenger and the credibility that we establish with those families, particularly those who don't have a college background, maybe have some questions or some uncertainty, some concern about cost, and being able to cover that and making sure that we acknowledge their concerns, we validate them, but we talk them through it. We don't talk past it. And I think that's work that, of course, is so central to what You Aspire does. And we are really grateful that Jacqueline was actually a community advisor on that project as well. So now I want to turn it to you, Jacqueline. You Aspire, as you said, you're working on the ground across a number of different districts with different profiles and different student bodies that they're serving to help all of those students navigate financial aid and admissions applications. What is your team finding to be effective in addressing the kinds of gaps that are called out in the data that Dr. Moldoff presented, or in the types of survey findings that Dr. Friedman just spoke to? And are there any district policies that you find are most commonly in place where you see success?
Mm-hmm. I think the best way to answer that question, Jake, is really to bring in the wisdom of the student panel that we all just listened to. I just want to give another shout out to all of those amazing student leaders and advocates. This is a an interesting week that we're going through, and I do just want to say how much hope I have for our state, listening to those amazing students and their wisdom and their brilliance and really a lot of their logical and pragmatic solutions that we all need to listen to. So I just want to continue to give a shout out to the students. But I really think the biggest thing, and it's not necessarily, well, I guess it could be a district policy. It's more of a district practice, is partnerships. None of us can do this work alone. So what we see works best is a strategy and a committed level of building partnerships with nonprofit providers, bringing in other resources that already exist so that the counselors and the assistant principals and everyone on the ground at the school isn't recreating information or recreating plans or documents that already exist in the marketplace. So that's one of the things that You Aspire is really committed to, is not taking the place of a counselor by any stretch of the imagination. We cannot do the incredible work that counselors do every day, but we come in and we add and we augment our technical expertise on financial aid because it is such a technically complex body of work. And so we really want to prioritize partnerships. And so when we see districts, kind of calling us in to their practices and onto their campuses, we just see a lot of success. So it really comes down to open leadership and thinking about ways to do business differently on behalf of students and families. I also think, again, it's not necessarily a policy, but a practice is really prioritizing cultural competency on the campuses. It's really amazing to sit down and listen in some of the student conversations that we have. And I wish I got to do it more, but students grow up really fast as they are completing their financial aid applications with their parents. And I say it in that way is because in so many households, money is not discussed. And so there's a lot of concepts and a lot of adulting that happens in this phase of a young person's life. And it can be very overwhelming, both for the student and the family. And it's not from lack of support from any side. It's just the realities of culture. It's the realities of what families choose to talk about and what they choose to not talk about. And so I think it's really important to have a prioritization of cultural competency on the campus, from bilingual support to just understanding when to step out of a conversation and let the family navigate something on their own, but also be supportive. It's very tricky, but it is a sensitive time for a family to go through such an exciting moment for their child, but also to uplift some conversations that are sensitive. And then, of course, again, bringing in the wisdom of the student panel, the follow through. I'll kind of come back to the counselors and just really the follow through. It's one thing to provide all the information. We have videos and bite-sized information, and that's great. That gets a lot of students and families to a point, and then that's where the human plus technology, right, really has to show up. I think there's a lot of efficiencies that technology can provide to us, but it really has to be that human intervention along different points and consistently through the finish line of financial aid that we have to continue to prioritize as practices, and even policies, right? Like that is a component of the policy of AB 469, is to have those resources on the ground. But it can be designed in a way where we can pair technology to get students to a point and help them continue through, but it has to be the human intervention piece that remains priority.
So much appreciate those points, Jacqueline. And I think cultural sensitivity and responsiveness is so fundamental to how we're going to be able to most effectively reach not only students and parents. And as you may recall from the research that we were doing this past year, we found that in some instances, it's students bringing information to their parents. And in other instances, it was the parent saying, hey, I just got this information. Why didn't we have this conversation yet? And how do we collectively create a system where we can respond to both of those different types of family decision-making and information gathering processes? And it's going to vary from district to district, but we know that the trust and credibility of who's bringing that information and connecting them to those technology tools and those other resources so they could do that investigation on their own is so important to how we can not only answer the nuts and bolts questions of, are you a FAFSA or California DREAM Act student, but that especially going into this next year and the uncertainty of this environment, that we can also inspire trust with our students and families. So I want to now pivot back to Dr. Moldoff. And we've just heard some really important responses and points from our co-panelists here. And now I'd like if you could react to the findings that were presented from the UC Davis survey or the points that Jacqueline just raised, and how you see that tracking with the data that we're analyzing at CSAC and what we're reporting out here today and in other venues.
Sure. Well, I mean, as I sort of said on my slides with the district, especially like the small districts, I think you can really see, again, like the impact of individuals there. That the reason it's not about the size, it's about like what those people, the counselors, the teachers, the staff are doing inside those individual schools, inside those districts. That really is determining whether or not they're one of the districts that's on our leaderboard for Race to Submit, or one of the ones that we're contacting saying like, what's going on? What kind of support can we provide? And yeah, I think really highlighting the reason why we wanted to really unpack this by socioeconomic status to start with is because of the findings from the survey that Betsy mentioned. It's like, I think it was very telling that you're seeing a lot of those higher income families, like the students can rely on their parents because maybe their parents had used the FAFSA or at least have some experience in filling out long government forms versus those like lower income students from like different disadvantaged groups. Like their parents don't necessarily have the cultural capital, the social capital in order to really navigate the process, really know like how to make it work for them. And so those students are relying on resources at their school that may not even exist there. I saw some people in the chat saying that a lot of the schools don't even have counselors. And that's something that is making a big impact. I mean, they often say like it's the situation of your birth that really determines your future. And we can really see it unfolding here when we look at even this one piece of someone navigating their future.
Thank you, Jessica. And now, before we get to a couple questions from our attendees, and we've been monitoring our Zoom Q&A to see what we could bring back to our panelists, I did have one last question that I wanted to ask all three of you. And it's a two-parter, so apologies in advance for the compound question. But what is something that we could do through state policy or investment to drive greater application completion rates and access to financial aid? And then part two, what is something that our attendees here today who might be coming from a school district or a high school or from a college or from a college district, what's something that they could bring back for that local practice, whether that's in a K through 12 setting or in a higher educational setting to help promote financial aid access?
Sorry. So probably preaching the choir a bit with our audience here, but from the state perspective, making sure high schools and districts have the resources they need, especially like serving as the hub for a lot of students. The high school piece is really important. So make sure that the counselors, teachers, staff all have both the knowledge and resources needed to provide those resources to students. And then at the local level, the students are people that are on the ground working with students already, recognizing that some groups are more likely to rely on the high school side more than others that might have more parental help. So especially targeting those like first generation and certain subgroups that are even more likely to need the high school piece to successfully complete the application.
I'll add on to Dr. Friedman's resource response. I think it's really important that school districts are supported in the reimbursement process now that the State Commission on State Mandates has determined AB 469 as a state mandate. And so there are resources, monetary resources now available to districts to pay for, offset the cost to achieve 100% compliance with AB 469. I can assume that there is a wide variety of technical savvy that district leaders have in navigating that reimbursement process. And so I think it is the responsibility of the state to make that process very transparent, very accessible, and over-index on the support to the districts to get those dollars on the ground. So that would be the first idea for me from the state perspective. And then I always feel a little funny answering a question like this, but You Aspire has done, because I don't mean for this to be a sales pitch, but You Aspire has done a lot of fundraising by philanthropy to kind of catalyze open access to so many of our resources. For many years, You Aspire was situated in that if you were only a partner, if we were at your school, you had access to these things. It was almost like a quasi paywall. And we have really democratized. Philanthropy has come in and really helped us to democratize access to our resources. So for districts who need more support or some ideas or resources, we have an entire resource library open on our website. You can pull down checklists, videos, so many resources that you can directly put into play for your students. So please reach out to You Aspire, go on our website and take all of it. That's what it's there for. It's made for you, and we really pride ourselves on our ability to translate a lot of the government speak and a lot of the deep technical instructions so that students, families, counselors, practitioners can make it more active and usable almost immediately. So please go and use that. And also don't be shy to provide feedback to us. The only way we help you is if you tell us what else we need to do. And so it's a two-way street. And we always want feedback and input on how we can make our resources more actionable and usable on the ground for each of you. So I'll leave it there.
Right. And for me, it's really anything that gets help students in person. Just a kind of one-to-one connection. So the ability to host more Cash for College or FAFSA nights in those small districts, especially the high need ones, the rural ones that current resources aren't able to reach. And even at community colleges, we are trying to do more to get current community college students to apply for aid, because a lot of them do just see the waiver and then don't think about all the rest of the aid that could really prove to be the difference between them working full-time and going to school part-time for 4 or more years just to get their associate's degree versus really being able to focus, because there are a lot of resources available. Because that does seem to be at the end of the day, like what students need. Like we've done surveys of students and a lot of them mention it's like, it was that one individual who helped me navigate the process. Jake mentioned the mixed status students. That alone was a major factor, because a lot of them didn't know that the option of use the California Act application was available unless someone at their high school or college mentioned it, because otherwise they were just hitting a brick wall for multiple months at a time. And you can imagine how that's a lot of the reason for the stopgap for these new students. Like the returning students, they've done the FAFSA before, they have a general sense, like they had that knowledge going in, but with all these new students who face a very different form that was not reliable, and had a lot of technical issues, it just wasn't there. So it's like really trying to like get those students back, wherever they may be, if it may be the community college, I think will be another good way for us to kind of see this as a reset rather than a setback.
I'm hearing a really clear and consistent through line in all of your responses: resources. And we often talk about the funds, hundreds of millions of dollars in federal and state aid that are left on the table when students don't complete a financial aid application. But now I think what I would also suggest is there might be another conversation about resources left on the table for our districts and our counselors and our support system and ecosystem that help students apply, and in tapping into not only the resources that we may need to advocate for and seek through the state budget process or in local district conversations, but existing resources that can be there for a district through something like the reimbursement process that you spoke to, Jacqueline. And of course, the amazing resources that are available at U Aspire's website. So I think we have a couple links that we're going to need to drop in the chat momentarily. We've been monitoring. We see that there's a lot of interest in both of those. But I also want to now start to pull in some of the questions from our audience. And one that we received, and I want to make sure that we can give space to discussing here before we move on in the agenda, is around the California DREAM Act application. We got a question about how application rate declines over the past year, how that might be disaggregated between students who submit a FAFSA and those who submit a California DREAM Act application. And I will also, again, invoke the moderator's privilege to also maybe give us some space to reflect on the uncertainty that's been created by this week, and any thoughts from our panelists here about what we can do to ensure that not only our undocumented students who utilize the California DREAM Act application, but those other students from mixed status families who already had such difficulty this past year with the Better FAFSA, how we can continue to work together to serve them. So I'll open it up to the panel and maybe start with you, Dr. Moldoff, on the data piece of that question, and then see if there are any reactions from our other colleagues.
Yes. So the question is how the numbers differ or mirror if we disaggregate FAFSA from CADA from the DREAM Act application. And that is a very complicated prospect. I do know what the answer would be. They would not be the same because we have been seeing CADA decline ever since it started when DACA was rescinded, and it only accelerated during COVID. We are seeing 50% fewer applications than we saw before COVID. And that has not gotten better. We just continue, the decline is continuing. It is not as steep as it was. But all of these graphs would show every year after year, it's a decline. Like there really was no, I mean, I think even in the All In campaign, we were still seeing declines for CADA. So I think the situation there is much more, we talked about the district level for like these FAFSA impacts, like it's really the student level for CADA. It's those individual students that are having to make those choices. So I think that's why it is tricky, but it is something that we look forward to looking more into as we kind of face this new political climate, and we recognize the need to support our students where they are even more.
Yeah, I'll jump in and build off of that, Dr. Moldoff, because it really does come back to trust, right? Students and families need to find that safety and the trust, whether it's on their campus, a community partner, wherever it lives in their community. And you build that trust by providing bilingual supports and resources. You build that trust through equitable practices, right? Over-indexing on outreach to under-resourced communities, additional communication about information that doesn't get shared when you fill out these forms, right? So it's unfortunately the battle of bad information that's out there, and combating that and kind of playing defense on it rather than are playing offense rather than defense about it, and just continuing to build those trusted spaces to have that dialogue and to make sure that students and families really understand the reality that their citizenship information is not going to be shared, and that these dollars are for them. But again, back to the student panel, every student deserves these dollars. The other thing that I would say, and Chair Cifuentes said this at the beginning of the summit, is the expansion of where these dollars can be put. I think students still think, well, I'm not going into college. It's like community college. It's all post-secondary, right? So the language expansion of post-secondary as it relates to uptake of financial aid and where you can put those dollars, we have a long way to go to kind of change and expand that narrative. And I think that also could potentially be a strategy to say, like, I can start here. I have money. I'm going to start here. And then, as King said again in the student panel, I'm going to have this in my brain for a really long time. It's not a straight line for so many students, and life happens while people are building their careers and their education. And so the dollars have to follow the student instead of the student trying to chase the dollars. And so how do we talk more broadly about financial aid in various lanes of post-secondary? And then how are we positioning those resources along what I very technically term the squiggly line, right? The squiggly line of a learner's journey. And I think all of that can help to continue to build the trust and really situate those resources in those trusted places in the communities where families who are coming from mixed status households or students who are undocumented, again, no matter where they go, they know where to go back and find that trusted information and those trusted individuals to help them navigate and bring those dollars in.
Yeah, and just to echo that from our this most recent class of 2024 survey, 12% of students said they were hesitant to share their family information, and that was one of the barriers in submitting the application. And I assume that's going to be even more problematic now with the election results. So just being cognizant of that, and like Jacqueline said, building the trust at a local level so they feel comfortable kind of overcoming that hurdle to actually apply.
And I'll just briefly add, in addition to the decrease we saw for California DREAM Act applications that's been compounded over the past several years since the rescission of DACA, we saw more pronounced decreases in FAFSA submission by students that appear to have one or more parents who don't have a social security number. And that speaks to the point that you just raised around that anxiety and sharing information, even if that student might be a citizen and fully entitled to federal financial aid. We know that there's already been that concern. That's something we've heard previously, and is in part why we very early this year, before we've even started the application cycle, have announced as a reminder to everyone here that the California DREAM Act application will remain open to students that aren't able or are uncomfortable in submitting a FAFSA. We, of course, encourage them to get everything that they're entitled to, but we also know that students are going to be coming from different situations and may have different comfort levels in what they're sharing at this time. I also want to reinforce a point that Jacqueline made around data protection. And this is something that yesterday, Dr. Gonzalez, as our executive director, issued a statement trying to reassure our students and families that we at the Student Aid Commission not only will do everything we can to protect student data and maintain that confidentiality. California is also a sanctuary state. We do have laws in place that were established years ago now to ensure that data is protected, and that not only Student Aid Commission, state agencies, but your college, your university, that there are procedures in place that they could fall back on if or when any such request were to be made of an institution by a federal agency. So we have laws in place in California to make sure we preserve access, and we have a community that's really committed to making sure that we're going to maintain access for all of our students. There's more work to be done in communicating that, so I will also just take one brief moment to add another resource to the list. We last month published a new undocumented student landing page on our CSAC website, csac.ca.gov/undocumented. that includes resources that are tailored to our undocumented students and responsive to the needs, the issues, the anxieties that we heard about in this research I mentioned earlier. We're going to be continuously adding more resources there, translating that material into Spanish and other languages. And I encourage everyone to check that out and make sure we're getting that out as widely as we can. And last piece on that note, we also have workshop dates that we've announced starting after December 1st, when the applications open, where students can come and get online free assistance in applying for aid from CSAC. And we're going to be translating several webinars into other languages as well. So in terms of language access and trying to make sure that students are hearing from us directly, wanted to note those resources before we move too far ahead in the agenda. I do have one other audience question that I'll ask here. And really, there was so much interest in that reimbursement process that you mentioned, Jacqueline. So maybe if we just take a moment to, if there's any other information that we can share, maybe there's a link, or if you have any suggestions on how someone who's at a district or even one of their community partners, how you would advise them to start initiating that process, anything we've learned from the first reimbursement, or just any other light that you could shed on that process with the Commission on State Mandates, which might be a new entity that a lot of our education partners haven't had to think about before.
I will say I'll follow up with some more information. It is a very technical process, and it's actually one, to be very transparent and honest, that you Aspire is taking some responsibility in learning how it works so that we can help our district partners access the dollars that are available. So more information on that, but I have to say that I believe on the actual Commission on State Mandates website, there is a guide about seeking reimbursement. So that's probably, I would say, the most clear place to start. But again, from you Aspire's perspective, we believe it is also our responsibility. That's a part of affordability, right? Getting districts the resources to help students. So we are investing some time and energy to, whether it's creating a cheat sheet or some additional resources and support in navigating that reimbursement process. We just have not completed that work yet, but more to come.
Really appreciate that, Jacqueline, and just putting it on our radar so we know to go looking for this, or we know to stay tuned for more information. I know is really appreciated by our audience.
Well, actually, and Jake, you just made me think of one other thing. If there's any districts on here at the summit who know how to do this, raise your hand, right? Help your colleagues, help your partner districts. I know that there are some districts who really understand this process. So it's actually a call to action to the districts on the call here who know how to do it. Make yourselves known and help your colleagues.
I love it. And you are even fitting in the name of our panel here, our call to action. And I think there have been several here. And I think maybe in closing, finding those resources for your students, but also for your district and for those who are working with your students is really on the top of that list as we think about how we're going to target our efforts to serve those students who face the most challenges in getting through a financial aid application. So I just so much appreciate all three of you for sharing your wisdom with our audience today. Thank you. And that's going to be the last question that we could fit in for our panel here. I know on behalf of everyone here, we appreciate the work that you all do in serving our students and bringing light to these issues. And you'll be hearing more from other experts throughout the rest of our programming today and in breakout sessions. And we do have one other resource we wanted to share as we closed out. That's on this slide here with a QR code to where you can find that data for the visualization tool that Dr. Moldoff was presenting on earlier. So with that, thank you all, and I will pass it back to my colleague Michael to help us move into the next part of our agenda.
Thank you, Jake, and thank you everyone for such an informative presentation. I know I geek out about data, but we really do utilize it for outreach, and I know there's been a lot of conversations about communications and marketing, and all of this really does help to inform how we move forward. So with that, before I move on to the next portion of our agenda, just two quick reminders. The first being to please engage with us on social media. Again, our handle is @CA Student Aid. And make sure to use the hashtag California College Affordability so that we make sure that we stay tuned for updates throughout the day. And then secondly, we have breakout sessions. I know I've mentioned it before, but I'm also just going to name some of the incredible breakout sessions that we have in just a bit. So for breakout session number 1, we have Mythbusters, debunking college and financial aid misconceptions and leveraging proactive financial aid resources. And that's going to be by ScholarShare 529, Cal Kids, and 10,000 Degrees. We also have how family school partnerships build post-secondary pathways. That's going to be by PK. And then we have the post-secondary access and success for systems involved youth, and that's going to be by the Youth Law Center and JBay. And for breakout session number 2, which will be from 2:30 to 3:40, we have addressing basic needs to support affordability. That's going to be by various campus basic needs directors. We also have leveraging partnership for student access and success, and that is going to be by CalSoap San Diego and CalSoap East Bay. I know there's been lots of talks about CalSoap throughout the morning. And then last but not least, by yours truly, and also a colleague of mine, Sarah Beth, who is our outreach and marketing coordinator here at CSAC, we have You Don't Have to Dance on TikTok to Go Viral. And that's going to be a presentation on outreach and marketing trends, best practices, and how you all can utilize your communication channels to go ahead and reach your students. So with that, if we can transition to the next slide, I'm going to go ahead and actually pass it to Dr. Daisy Gonzalez, our executive director, to present a very special award.
Good morning, everyone. I don't know if we have a drum roll please emoji, but if we did, Assemblymember Fong, we are so honored that you are here. We started the morning doing almost in many communities like testimonials, a lot of students sharing their journey, educating all of us. But in many communities, we also honor individuals. So I'm so grateful that you're here with us. Very briefly, I know you have to head out soon, but I want to first share a little bit about your hard work on behalf of California students, all students, and then share why you have been selected as this year's honoree. So colleagues, please use your emojis to share some love for Assemblymember Fong, and thank you for joining us. It is an honor to have the opportunity to share with all of you details about this year's California Student-Centered Champion Award. Our honoree is a legislative leader who has made it possible for college students in California to be more accessible and to have education that is more affordable. The Student-Centered Champion Award honors a distinguished leader who has committed his entire life of service to California students through proactive solutions to barriers and administrative burdens that our students face. As the chair of the Assembly Higher Education Committee, and then of course in his prior roles as a trustee of a California Community College district, Assemblymember Fong removed barriers for students, both in his current role and all former roles. Through AB 1540, undocumented students in California can now demonstrate eligibility for in-state tuition rates through streamlined processes. And through his partnership with CSAC, AB 2500, Assemblymember Fong ensured that students can receive additional time to apply for aid in instances where their communities have been impacted by natural disasters and other events. These are just 2 reasons on why Assemblymember Fong is our 2024 Student Center Champion Awardee. So on behalf of CSAC, all of the financial aid directors in the state, all of our students, all of our high school counselors, and the commissioners for the CSAC, I want to thank you for your work, Assemblymember Fong, and I would love to now just celebrate you and have you share a few words with us.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gonzalez, for that warm introduction, and thank you so much for your leadership and efforts at the California Student Aid Commission, to all the staff members, to all the directors, to all the folks that are online today. A very good morning to each and every one of you. And I'm honored to be joining you all this morning for this amazing event, for the inaugural California Student Center Champion, the inaugural Student Leadership Award here. And thank you so much to the California Student Aid Commission for this amazing recognition. I am so grateful and humbled by this award, and really for our continued partnership. And thank you so much for your dedication to all students in California. Increasing access to higher education is very important to me. As a former community college trustee for the Los Angeles Community College District, where we did work to make community college free through the LA College Promise program. And now as chair of the Assembly Higher Education Committee, there is so much more work to be done to continue to amplify the opportunities in financial aid. And there are so many students who rely on financial aid in order to pursue their degree, and improving access to aid is vital for putting our students on a path to success. And I'm so grateful to all of you for joining us here today to continue to advocate the work and efforts around financial aid opportunities. And during my time in the legislature, I've been proud to author legislation aimed at removing barriers within the financial aid application process and working to expand access to higher education. I'm grateful to partner with the California Student Aid Commission on 2 bills that were signed by the governor. Assembly Bill 1540, which streamlines the process for our dreamers to receive Cal grants. And this year, I was very proud to author Assembly Bill 2500, allowing our students to receive additional time to apply for aid in instances where their communities have been impacted by natural disasters and other events. And we're going to continue to work in efforts to advocate efforts to implement Cal Grant reform with each and every one of you, and to continue to expand access to hundreds of thousands of additional students here in California to access financial aid. And these are efforts that we're going to continue to push going forward as well. And we know California is home to some of the best higher education institutions in our nation, and our work to make higher education more affordable, more accessible, and welcoming to protect our students, that work is not done. And we're going to continue to advocate for all of our students here in California. Together, I look forward to continuing this important work to ensure that all students have the opportunity to pursue higher education here in California. I'm so grateful for the leadership of the California Student Aid Commission and for your partnership and efforts, and continue to uplift our students here in California. Thank you so much again for this honor and recognition, and thank you for your service and dedication to California students. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Assemblymember Fong. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Colleagues, thank you for celebrating Assemblymember Fong with us. I want to hand it over back to Michael, who's going to continue leading us through these different set of panels. And as we are heading down the route of your lunch break, we have a really incredible set of panelists coming up. And I want you to really think about, what is your best pitch for students? You heard a lot from the students on what they need. You just heard Assemblymember Fong around the innovative work that we can do to remove barriers, and that ongoing work that we have when we think about Cal Grant equity frameworks and Cal Grant reform. So much work that we can do together. But it starts with that initial interaction. And I saw in the chat someone said, how do you communicate with students who may not believe that financial aid is for them? So let's engage in the chat. What's your best pitch to help students understand financial aid? All right, Michael. Thank you, Assemblymember Fong.
Thank you. And what a great question. I'm looking forward to reading the responses in the chat. So I know that you all have lots of questions about the FAFSA. We just went through a really intense year, and together we're going to be able to go ahead and manage what's coming to us in December. So with that, we have a whole panel dedicated to the FAFSA and updates associated with the FAFSA, and that's going to be a discussion with financial aid practitioners across the state. And so we have CSAC Deputy Director for Program Administration and Services, Tay Kang. We have Director of Financial Aid and Scholarships at UC Santa Cruz, Lorena Rodriguez. Financial Aid Director at California State University Fullerton, Nick Valdivia. Director of Financial Aid, Veterans and Scholarship Services at Palomar College, Adrian Lee. Associate Dean of Financial Aid at the University of Southern California, Noemi Tagorda, and College and Career Specialist at Antelope High School, Dina Miller. And with that, I'm going to pass it on over to Tay, and we can transition over to the next slide.
Thanks so much, Michael. And yes, good morning, everyone. And thank you for your continued participation in the 5th Annual California College Affordability Summit. We're so glad that you are here. And I'm really excited about our next panel, the exciting panel. It's to really walk through the first year of the Better FAFSA and also hear updates on the upcoming 25-26 FAFSA. And by my count, we are 25 days away from the scheduled release of the 25-26 FAFSA. It's upon us. It's going to be here before you know it. So right after our Thanksgiving holiday, right after our Black Friday shopping, we'll be coming back to work. And guess what? FAFSA and CADA will be open. Next slide. I'm sorry, can you go back to the prior slide? My apologies. So my name is Tay Kang. I'm the Deputy Director over Program Administration and Services Division here at the California Student Aid Commission. And what does that mean? I get the beautiful privilege of being able to administer and oversee the various state financial aid programs with my wonderful team. I've been at CSAC for over 15 years, and I just love the work that we do. Today, we have very distinguished panelists and seasoned financial aid professionals here with us, representing across all segments, including K-12. And the fact that they are here with us today at this summit means that they survived the 24-25 FAFSA, which is great, which is an amazing feat in itself. And so we are so glad that they are here, and we would love to just continue to hear their stories, their lived experience, their trials, their struggles, and whatever they needed to do to get through the 24-25 FAFSA and just their insight. So we're going to hear from them very shortly. Be sure to check out their full bios on the Summit landing page. We have a dedicated page for all of the bios for all of our panelists and speakers. So please be sure to check out their full bios. Next slide. So before we hear from our panelists and we start to hear from their experiences, just let me help set the stage and just provide some background and context for this past year and the discussion that we're about to have. You know, it was just about a year ago. I don't know if you guys all remember, but we had our summit down at Riverside, and I had the privilege of giving a FAFSA demo with the FAFSA prototype. Remember, we used the use case of Raya Tran and her family, and we were all huddled in that conference room, and really just trying to get it through together. We had very limited information, and we're just trying to knowledge share and really prepare ourselves for the upcoming 24-25 FAFSA, which was just around the corner on December 30th. So I think we were all bracing for what was to come, but really not fully prepared what was to ensue. And so as you look at this particular chart, this is a chart that I was able to use from the GAO report. And some of you have read the GAO report that really summarizes and just kind of their findings on the 24-25 FAFSA. And this just captures the delays. It doesn't encapsulate all of the impacts, all of the technical glitches, all the different pain points, but really just encapsulates just some of the delays. And so the first one obviously was the FAFSA delay. It was supposed to open October 1st, but it opened on December 30th. So there was a 90-day delay. Second one, the one that really just hit us all was that FAFSA records known as ICERs, that colleges and universities and CSAC uses to determine financial aid, that came on March 10th. So that was a 161-day delay or a 71-day delay from the FAFSA release. And that really pushed back ability for campuses and CSAC to produce financial aid award letters and to incoming college freshmen. The next one was the 197-day delay for students after they have completed their FAFSA. And we know that after FAFSA submissions, there's a lot of corrections, especially last year with so many different bugs and glitches. And so 197 days for those corrections to become fully functional for students after they submitted it. And so it was over 3 months before the initial submission that students had the ability to go back and make corrections. And then at 305 days, we also have a group of students who did a paper FAFSA application, and they had to wait until August 1st to have their paper applications processed. So that was a long wait. And this one is one that we're still living in, especially for our colleges and university financial aid folks, the ability to send batch corrections. And so as those batch corrections are being, or those corrections are happening at the campus level, professional judgment decisions, verifications, all those corrections are sent one by one. So we're still holding out hope that that will be functional in the 25-26 years. So again, this is just a chart to really just show just the FAFSA delays and how all of these delays had impact to priority deadlines and financial aid processing and enrollment decisions and just a cascade of downstream impacts that happened. Next slide. So I won't spend a whole lot of time on this as we just heard a fantastic panel on data and just some of the impact after the dust has settled and we're about over 10 months into the 24-25 FAFSA. You can clearly see that there was an impact, right? And so For all applications, there was about a less than 1% FAFSA application reduction. But again, the 24-25 application year was such a compressed timeline. It's only 10 months. And typically a full year from October 1st to where we are now, that would have represented 13 months. And 13 months is a longer period. And the 3 months, that may be the difference, but those 3 months are so vital and critical because it happens in the fall from October 1st through December 30th. And that's the peak period in which outreach and training and FAFSA nights are happening, and that was all lost. So you can see that even though there's a less than 1%, it really shows just the effort that was made within that 10-month period. The greatest impact it had, as we heard from the prior panel, was to our recent high school graduates. Again, on the heels of a very successful campaign with AB 469, the all-in campaign, there was a reduction of recent high school graduates, about 9%. And then, you know, the DREAM Act applicants, as Dr. Jessica Moloff alluded to in her data, there's just been a decline of CADA applicants over the past 5 years, starting with the pandemic. So we continue to see that decline, even in that year where there was the all-in, there was that continual decrease of CADA applicants. Next slide. All right, so as we look forward to the 25-26 year, and again, 25 days away, just wanted to remind everyone that the Student Aid Commission, we are aligning with the FAFSA as we have done for many, many years, and we will be opening the California DREAM Act application on December 1st as well. And with that opening, we will be enabling the non-SSN contributor option that was part of the 24-25 DREAM Act application. And so that will continue to be part of it, and it will be enabled at the beginning when the application is open. Similar to what we did last year with the December 30th release, we sought out an extension of the deadline. First, it was March 2nd to April 2nd, and then April 2nd to May 2nd. So we will be continuously working with the governor, the legislature, and stakeholders to secure an extension for a part of the deadline this year to April 2nd. Stakeholder engagement. So, you know, the work is not ours alone. It's with everyone here in this space. And we need to continue to seek alignment, get feedback, and work together in terms of our endeavors for 25-26. So we are creating 2 new work groups, this implementation work group for outreach and communication. That's going to start next week. And the Student Advisory Council, that panel this morning with our student, that was amazing, and just the insight and the feedback they were able to give. And so as we continue to seek opening of the 25-26 year, we need to continue to hear from the students and their perspective and their insights. And we also want to support our colleagues at Federal Student Aid with the beta testing, and that has been going on for several months. And it's a great strategy to make sure that we have a stable application as we open in 25 days. But we want to support that beta testing. And so we have been doing that. And I know many of our institutions, colleges, K-12, LEAs, community-based organizations have also been supporting with that beta testing. So really wanted to set the context of what happened this past year, and also have that outlook for the 25-26 year. So with that, next slide. Next slide. And now we want to really hear from our panelists. So if we can have all of the panelists put on your camera, and I will ask this question, or I will ask you to share your 24-25 FAFSA experience from your campus or institutional perspective. You see our respective panelists, and we'll go in that order. I won't call on you after Lorena, so Nick, if you can just follow after Lorena, and so on and so forth. So let's hear from Lorena first, from the University of California.
Thank you, Tay, and thank you for hosting this wonderful event and having providing this opportunity for everybody to hear from our students as well, because the student experience is really the essential piece here. You know, when it comes to financial aid, the impacts of FAFSA simplification at our campus really started with that delayed timeline that you share. where the delayed in information caused us to have delays in testing of our financial aid management systems and document systems that we had to get available and ready for students. This impacted greatly our ability to provide estimated financial aid offers to our incoming class before the May 1st admission decision date. Now, as a system, we make sure that we alleviated, and addressed this stress that our families were going through. So we implemented a net price calculator that was a little bit more robust than our normal net price calculator to ensure that families made an informed decision before, they committed to attend colleges and universities in the fall. And then additionally, right, once the batch correction delayed happened and the functionality was not available to the campuses, this significantly impacted our workload. We had to process our financial aid applications twice and the information the students provided to our campuses. So definitely the impact to the campus was significant. And this is just from the University of California, Santa Cruz perspective. But Nick, you want to share about the CSU system and what your experience was at Fullerton?
Yeah, thank you, Lorena. Yeah, especially at our campus here at Cal State Fullerton, and across the CSU system, I believe there was a tremendous impact on the, I think we can all agree, the tremendously botched rollout of the FAFSA simplification process by the U.S. Department of Education. There was an impact on our students, obviously. There was an impact on our applicants, our staff, and our campus operations. It was an incredibly challenging year, and it required us to think outside the box and restructure a lot of our historical timelines and processes and deadlines, because we were waiting on information from the Department of Education, which was slow in getting out to us. One of the things that we were thankful for, was that they created a website that identified the technical issues with FAFSA completion, FAFSA corrections, information going out to students and campuses. Throughout the year, they have identified 55 technical issues. And to this date, there are still 22 that are outstanding and have workarounds, but they have not been resolved. So we're hopeful that heading into the 25-26 year, they'll get those resolved. Ultimately, as a campus, as a system, it really required us, because of who our population of students are, to really operate from a standpoint of care and compassion. We needed to triage and help support our students in ways that they needed our support. Having been in the financial aid industry for about 30 years, it's equivalent to back in the days when we had paper FAFSAs and we're helping students complete paper FAFSAs. A lot of in-person interactions, follow-up phone calls, reaching out directly to students. We had tremendously amount of inquiries from our families and students, from continuing to new students who had never been through the process. I think the biggest impact in terms of impact to our families was the impact on those who were defined as contributors without an SSN, our mixed status families, other individuals along those lines, and their inability to submit the FAFSA because the Department of Education, in essence, failed this population by not developing, testing, and having the process they designed for these families to complete the FAFSA up and running and ready. It created a lot of frustration for our families, and we reacted by hosting many more workshops, in-person workshops and drop-ins that would help our families navigate the process. We also supported our families by directing them to, thank you, CSAC, the California Dream Act application for those families that couldn't complete the FAFSA. A lot of our families decided they wanted to complete a paper FAFSA, so we did what we could to support them in submitting the paper FAFSAs, unbeknownst to us that the Department of Ed was not even going to start processing those applications until August, right before school started. So it put a tremendous amount of stress on our individuals and our families. We obviously did what we could to protect these students. We extended our FAFSA filing deadline. We've granted on-time status to all of our mixed status families that either went through the DREAM application process or had to file a paper FAFSA. And unfortunately, we're still working with about 25 to 30 students who've submitted a paper FAFSA that the Department of Education still hasn't processed. We are closely connecting with them because we've had a few staff members that we like to call FAFSA whisperers. They've figured out how to navigate the Department of Ed's FAFSA system so that our mixed status families can actually submit electronic applications and link up with the information for the contributors. Sometimes it's a trial and error method, and we're ready to roll that out for this upcoming year should they experience those same challenges. In addition, I think the late rollout of the correction process impacted our ability to get awards out to our students. The lack of clarity, and not sharing more information from the Department of Ed about the students who would be submitting unusual circumstances and be granted provisionally independent status. Or we saw a huge increase because of the way they changed the FAFSA and worded the question that was designed for maybe less than 0.1% of our students about not being able to provide parental information and deciding to take an unsubsidized loan only. From having 2 the year before to having more than 600 students answer that question, mostly incorrectly. So this has been a year where we just opened up our arms, opened up our staff to work with our students on their individual cases and do what we could to help them navigate through the various challenges that they were experiencing. There has been an impact to our campus. It has resulted in many of our students deciding to select out of attending Cal State Fullerton this year because of that uncertainty about getting their FAFSA in, because we couldn't provide awards to students earlier in the process. So we're still assessing ultimately what that impact was, but there are many of our students that have selected out of attending CSUF this year as a direct result of the FAFSA simplification challenges that they experienced. That was our experience here at Cal State Fullerton and, pretty much across the CSU. I want to hand it off to Adrian to talk about the community colleges experience.
Thank you, Nick, and good morning, everyone. And so I kind of, obviously Lorena and Nick have already expressed many of our challenges that we all experienced. In the community college, I'd like to highlight that with the students, just as Nick mentioned, that chose not to go to the CSU or was unable to determine or make those decisions on the colleges, their dream schools that they had planned to attend because of all of these delays. In the community college system, we were the catch-all. And so, but we were also experiencing the same challenges of, updates in our system and being able to package and being able to make those awards while having a huge responsibility of trying to catch everyone that got lost, in the process of getting those acceptance awards at their dream colleges and helping students understand that community college was a viable option. So I feel like we kind of had two things going on at the same time because, we weren't prepared for that. And also, none of us were prepared for the instances that happened with the FAFSA implementation. And, the other thing in the community college too is, I want to really highlight the staff. We're a huge system and we had staff, and I love the FAFSA whisper comment Nick made because, our staff were so dedicated and took it so personal to make sure that our students could get there, right, and be a student. And they were navigating and doing things and finding the tricks and the, reporting on Ed's side. And so I really do want to highlight, in chaos, sometimes it exposes our resilience, and burnout is real. And this was a difficult year, but the chancellor's office in our system in the California Community College stepped up. They were very supportive. We were able to secure additional funding through the state legislature, and some of those things also moved along the hard work and the motivation, right, of how we operate as financial aid offices. One thing that particularly we've seen, because California Community College has a fee waiver program, and it is dependent on the unmet need, and many of our higher or middle class families do qualify for that fee waiver, the CCPG fee waiver, and the fact that the multiple college-bound student question was gone. We did see impacts. We did have a lot of worries where it, because we're not including households that have multiple students in college, that was one of the big things. So navigating our fee waiver, I really think was an issue throughout our system because one, we're open access, so we're accepting 100%. We were gravitating to make sure that we, are elevating to the students who couldn't get in the CSUs or UCs while taking care of the students that had intended to attend a community college, and then trying to figure out how we can get students enrolled and help them understand that they could at minimum get this fee waiver. So that was one of the big things we've seen and other colleges have reported throughout our system. And Naomi is the next speaker on independent colleges and universities.
Thanks, Adrienne. So at USC, we had a very similar experience in terms of the technical challenge that all of my colleagues have expressed so far. But what made the USC experience, I think, a little bit different is that USC does utilize the CSS profile. So the timeline and the ability to get information about students' need or their financial information, that did not change for USC. And we were able to provide students with estimates of their financial aid eligibility as early as February. So we were able to stick to many of our timelines and many of our deadlines, but of course our deadlines are more like priority dates. No one gets cut off if they miss a deadline. So we were able to adhere to many of those dates, and USC did not change its commitment deadline from May 1. All of that pretty much remained the same for USC. That being said, once we did receive the FAFSA data, we had to go back and integrate that information into our estimates and make adjustments for some students. And of course, just like as everyone else mentioned, we also continue to deal with the corrections process. And that I'll pass it on to Dinah.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dina Miller from Antelope High School, and speaking on behalf of all the high school students who are doing the FAFSA for the first time. That was certainly a challenge for us because a lot of them are like, what even is this? So the kind of feeling on campus was fear and apprehension. And then we were a lot of cheerleaders. Myself and the rest of my team of specialists at all of the high schools in the district really had to kind of support these students and find ways to convince them, this is worth doing. This is really important. So I really give a shout out to my whole team and all the counselors at the high school because we were pivoting and cheerleading all the time. I think the other big hurdle we found was our mixed status students and helping them with the fear of interacting with this form and putting their information in and not understanding what would happen. And so those delays, the inability for them to, create even their FSA IDs, that was really scary for our students. So that was something that we had to work with. The other problem that we found was just, for the first time, these students typically are getting their financial aid award as they're getting their school acceptance, and having those separated was a big factor in their decision making. So they were so scared and so stressed. And so we really had to talk with them like, this is worth it. This is important. And I think it helped with their resilience and helped them to understand that they would need to partner with the university that they wanted to go to and have faith and trust that this would help. But there are just a lot of kids out there who are pretty nervous. Thank you.
Thank you all for your responses. And it's so interesting to just hear your experience from your segmental and campus perspective. Different instances, but a common thread of just how you were able to respond to the FAFSA implementation. So next slide and next question. And you all touched upon this a little bit more, but if we can get to some specifics, how did your campus or institution pivot because there was a lot of pivoting last year, right? Best laid plans, all had to be gone and come up with a new plan. So how did your campus pivot or any other best practices that were used to just to get through that period? So we'll start off this time with Dina.
Okay, yes. So I'm going to read my notes. So I think once we realized what was happening at our school, we do a one-on-one approach. I meet with each student, I call them in, I'm like, hey, it's really important that you go to college. That wasn't happening. It was a triage situation. And it was like, how, a hierarchy, who needs the help most, who needs the most time. So that was how we pivoted, how we approached it. We also really did lean on CSAC, on our community college partners, on our universities, our local universities, to help us support our students. And I just think that we found having them decipher their award once they got it was also a big deal. But it was more of taking away the one-on-one, which is so important to us, and doing a group management that that kind of shook us a little bit. But there's also value in that too. But that freed us up some time for the students, really the mixed status students that were navigating that. Thanks.
Thank you. Noemi?
Hey, so for USC, one thing I haven't mentioned is that USC has a homegrown system, has a legacy system, and many of it was all about pivot. Let's just say that it was all about pivot, the entire FAFSA simplification process, especially for USC, because we have our own homegrown process. So I mentioned earlier that we provided financial aid estimates. So one of the first changes that we needed to do once we found out that the data was not going to be available on the timeline it's usually available, one of the first things we needed to do was figure out how are we going to tell students about their financial aid eligibility without the FAFSA. We essentially had to remake our system in order to make these estimates available with just the profile. And it was like that, I would say endlessly like that the entire time. But we also understand that telling a student, oh, we didn't get we know you submitted the ICER, but we don't have it yet. And even if we do have it, we still need a test. Explaining that to students was extremely difficult because they just don't, it just doesn't make sense, especially since we live in a world where everything is so instant now. So utilizing, as I think some of my colleagues just mentioned, pointing students to the net price calculator whenever was appropriate, was helpful, or just asking for a lot of patience and grace as we work through this process together. Eventually for USC, once we did get the FAFSAs, we also noticed a trend that students were just submitting the FAFSA later, even though it was available to them earlier than we got the data. The FAFSAs continuing to trickle in over the summer. One thing we noticed is that we received 1,000 more FAFSAs over the summer than we did in the prior year. So it's just a lot of just late submissions that we had to deal with. So for us, it was, again, how are we going to get students the information that they need as soon as possible? How do we continue to communicate with them, and pointing students to those estimates, because we were pretty confident about our estimates. So that's it. That was all about just changing on an instant as fast as you can. And with that, I'll turn it over to Adrienne.
Thank you so much. So pivoting, I think, is something that we're all acclimated to do because that's kind of the world of financial aid. But I don't think any of us ever thought that we were going to be experiencing the things that we experienced this year. We had a lot more flexibility. One, we partner closely with our chancellor's office again, and there was guidance being given out. One of the things we did, and a lot of colleges did in the community college segment, was we didn't drop students for non-payment. So we were allowing students to register, and ensuring that we communicated that if they ended up not being eligible for that fee waiver or that grant money, that obviously the cost of the courses would be billed to them, But we really tried to work with our students and teams to make sure that students felt secure about showing up to class, getting through the process. Especially our students that were returning students and had received, fee waivers in the past. So we did a lot. We, really ignited those basic needs support. When you think of when a student starts a class, dropping for non-payment was okay, but did they have the materials that they needed to be successful? So on many of our campuses, I know particularly at mine, I met with faculty. I asked for grace. We made sure we had resources in the library. We were able to use some of our, emergency aid that some of our colleges still had left from the state. So that was awesome. So we did a lot of different things, and it really wrapped around making sure we weren't dropping students that had intention to be there, to see what their basic needs requirements were, to make sure they had access to their books and materials. So we really increased our high touch services. I can't tell you, I sit right outside of my front counter, and, our staff were on the phone with students trying to get through for a long time, and we couldn't get through, right? That was one of the big complaints, that we couldn't get through to FSA, and our students were complaining about that. And that was a very real thing, because we were trying to facilitate those calls and conversations. And, sometimes it would be 5 o'clock and we were on the hold for an hour, and, we started again tomorrow. So I'm really increasing those high touch services, which was interesting because we really moved to technical, everything's online, forms online. And then it was reverting back to, how do we get a student to come in and let us actually help them? So that was one of our big things that we did. I do want to mention that was very interesting, because we were mostly listening to the frustrations. And one of the things, we have the California state law that almost, it's not required, but it insinuates it's required to do your FAFSA or CATA before you can graduate. And so we had students, we're a huge school, our huge geographical area, and we had students coming from all over the place. I mean, I had students call and cry and say, I can't go to college because I can't get my FAFSA done. And it's required. They're not going to give me my high school diploma. So those things are happening, and our high school students, they were devastated because, they weren't getting into the notice that they could get into the college of their dream. Now they had to come to a community college, and now they couldn't even come to a community college because I couldn't complete my FAFSA, and they're not going to give me my high school diploma. So all of those different things. So, I brought that to the chancellor's office, and, asked for some communication to be put out. I was contacting our local high schools. And we really had to redirect some of that conversation. But again, it's unpack some of the great work that we've done in the past, because now we're saying, okay, that's okay. You're still going to graduate even if you can't get a FAFSA done. So some of those things were just, very reactive instead of proactive. But I think it's important to mention that it was required. The reactions that we had throughout all of our segments were required. And go back to that resilience word. And we did the best we could, but at every turn, there was something that we had to pivot for. That's where, unfortunately, the lack of communication by Ed and the transparency of what was going on. But yeah, those are some of the things. And so partnering and clinging to the high schools and the other segments and the chancellor's office and even our outside of California partners and financial aid was really how we best practiced the decisions and work that we did this year. Thank you. And on to Nick.
Thanks, Adrian. Yeah, and I would agree. There were moments where we had many families in our in-person FAFSA completion workshops right around May 2nd that were parents and students were crying because they could not get their FAFSA submitted and were going to miss the deadline. It was an incredibly humbling experience for our teams. And really help them understand the plight that our students were experiencing. And I would say, thanks to the fantastic team of talented financial professionals, not only at Cal State Fullerton, but across the CSU system, we were able to embrace this in a way, perhaps that hadn't been asked before. As a system, we were sharing our processes, swapping our stories, connecting around our campus and system missions. And those partnerships have been invaluable. We created a system-wide Slack channel dedicated to FAFSA simplification issues and updates so that all of our campus were aware of the latest information. I already spoke to how it impacted our campus and our various deadlines and priorities and when we required students to pay their fees, right? So that was the biggest campus impact. We had more direct calling campaigns to students because we needed to connect with them. I think in the end, we really embraced this as an opportunity for teachable moments. We were actually getting FaceTime with many families and students that we wouldn't normally get. And I think what has come out of this, in the worst of situations for a lot of our families, is I think they have a much better understanding of the multiple players involved in the financial aid process and how this flows. I think it will better prepare a lot of our families for the upcoming years in completing the FAFSA and understanding the flow. Learning moments in times and in bad times, I think, was super important. And we're excited because we are seeing more informed, more families and students that now have a strong feeling and understanding of the financial aid process and how it really starts outside of our office before coming to us. And I do want to reiterate, we had the similar challenges as I think it was Naomi who mentioned when, the Department of Ed was telling them your FAFSA has been received, but that was it, right? But they weren't processed. Information hadn't come to schools. So we had to sit there and tell them what was going on because I don't believe the Department of Ed communicated as transparently as they should have. And it was left to the campuses. That was the CSU experience. Again, hand it off to Lorena for the experience at the UC system.
Thank you, Nick. And yes, definitely, I think we all had like the rush to fall mindset of how are we going to get aid dispersed to the fall. And so in that, really the system became extremely involved. And I believe that happened at all systems where financial aid really gained visibility nationwide, but definitely within our campuses, within our systems where we were never seen in this way. And then our ability to really pivot and gather data, work with campus partners, and go back to our old way of performing, like hand calculations and all of the manual functions of financial aid. They were really tested. For our system, we collaborated with our UC Immigrant Legal Services because we understood that our mixed status families were having a lot of not just technical issues, but they were having a lot of concerns about providing data to a federal entity that was confirming official identity documents and addresses. And so we understood all that stress and really try to create a clear communication and guidance to them to make them and help them understand, their rights when it came to their data privacy and how this data was not going to be shared with particular entities. The rush of everything also with processing and trying to get fall disbursements out created a need for our office to hire additional staff because, we had to really triage the different needs of the financial aid office when it came to servicing students and how do you provide that type of service to students and guide them through these very lengthy wait times when they were reaching out to the Department of Education. And then in the back end, still process, and getting everything down. So we had to really pivot very quickly and hire temporary staff to help support our office. While at the same time, we were working on many contingency plans to ensure that, that fall disbursements were going to happen. But if they were not going to happen, how we were going to provide funding to students. In a different way, we also work with the California Student Aid Commission, you and your team, Tay, to really make that data available to our mixed status families. And so it was really like looking under every rock and trying to figure out what kind of resources we could give to our students. And at the same time, making sure that our staff, had some form of relief. So that was our experience and how we just tried to do everything we could to support everybody in the process. Thank you.
Thank you all for your responses and really commend all of you for your student-centered decisions and really ability to pivot to meet the students and their plight last year. So as we move on to the next question, we're getting ready for 25-26. It's upon us. And so as we look forward to that, and there's been some pre-work done with the messaging around FAFSA stabilization, restoring trust, and the beta testing. So how is your campus or institution preparing for the 25-26 year? Let's start off with Lorena.
Thank you, Tay. Really at our campus, in addition to our normal operational plan for the academic year to talk about like systems and timelines and document collection and providing information to students and then processing over summer, we're really keeping tabs on everything that the Department of Education is communicating, right? Making sure that our staff, they're trained on the topics that are being addressed at the Department of Education level, at the California Student Aid Commission level. And we are communicating that to our students, right? We have a pretty robust outreach season ahead of us. And our goal is really to make sure that our students and our families understand everything around the submission of the FAFSA. A great concern, right, this week came for mixed status families and also our California Dream applicants, where we are going to now have to work on how we prepare a communication plan for them and a plan to ensure that our numbers do not decline. Right, we have seen, as it was mentioned earlier, the decline in Dream applicants, and we have seen it at our campuses with our numbers, continuously declining. So how do we ensure that whoever we already have as students trying to, complete their degrees, they complete them, and that we don't lose other students that in the process, right, are entering class. We're also making sure that we create a plan for our staff to rest a little bit before this next rush. Because, it is very important that we focus on our students, but one of the greatest resources that our students have really are our financial aid administrators or advisors who really have a heart for this type of work. And we want to make sure we don't burn them out with another year. So it's really making sure that we're looking at a holistic approach on how do we care for our students, how do we care for our teams. Thank you. And you want to go ahead and take it away, Nick?
Thanks, Lorena. Yes, and I would say from Cal State Fullerton and the CSU's perspective, we are cautiously optimistic about 25-26. Things that we're doing, our chancellor's office has put together a group of campuses and created a 25-26 FAFSA implementation work group so that we can continually discuss and identify issues that may be arising, solutions that are out there, and how we can approach any issues that arise as a system. 4 of our system-wide campuses are beta testers. And I think those who are involved feel like it's reassuring because they are working now to identify and work with the FAFSA team to proactively address any issues and make quick adjustments. So that testing period that didn't happen is happening this year. On a campus level, we're going to continue with our aggressive outreach approach, ramp up our FAFSA completion workshops. And we're planning targeted communications and support for our non-SSN family contributors, our mixed status families. We also recognize that those individuals who complete the FAFSA as provisionally independent need more support and guidance on making and completing the necessary documents to make themselves independent. A lot of our students waited till midsummer to even reach out to us. So we will proactively reach out to those students and also keep an eye on those who indicate that they want an unsubsidized loan only and will not be providing parental information as a dependent student, because most of those situations were not the actual case. It was just that the FAFSA questions made it easy to answer that way. I think overall, we have a great feeling that we feel with the changes made, that we're in a great position to make a difference for our students and families in this upcoming cycle. Hand it over to Adrian.
Yes, so this is a great question and probably an hour-long discussion in itself, right? One of the things I want to mention is that I think we do have a better understanding, and as in the positions that we're in, we're being optimistic, we're all of those things, but building trust back into our communities, even with our staff, as Lorena mentioned, and our students and so forth. So it has to be very intentional. And I think that keeping abreast of everything that's changing and what's happening with the beta testing is how we will proceed, how we communicate with our students and our high schools and our partners in the community. We're really focusing on some in-reach, pulling data now, seeing who had maybe a financial aid or a FAFSA in a prior year but didn't get it done this year. Really focusing on going back and taking a look at that and making sure we capture that for this year too, and and our future years. Who did we lose along the way, and what parts of those losses do we have any influence or control over? We're also heightening our, using the professional judgment now that everything's kind of settled, which is not, in the way that it can be. What are we doing for professional judgments? Wrapping back around to some of the changes FAFSA simplification ignited and the opportunities of professional judgment in those instances. And again, the hands-on support, the relationships obviously are super important with our community, our resources, other financial aid support groups and all of that, and just really trying to be confident and the work that we do in building that trust again, which is going to be difficult, I believe. One thing I do want to say that we started doing, especially with the mention of we're going to have more, we see the decrease in the CAT applications. We project that there may be more, more decrease in that, is we started doing financial aid workshops instead of FAFSA or CATO workshops. To be inclusive and to give families a space to understand that they can come in and do whichever application was applicable to that family. And we did see an increase of participation in those types of, completing the CATA application, as opposed to when we had the support sessions or workshops separately. So to be inclusive and to make sure that everyone understands that they're not being highlighted for doing the CAT application versus a FAFSA application. So that's something that's worked well. And I imagine we're going to increase those opportunities for our students to really just make them understand that you're applying for financial aid and you're either using this avenue or this avenue, and we're here to support you in both ways and not separate those instances. So there's a few things. And again, I think this is such a great topic and it'll continue as we move through the opening availability of the new FAFSA. So thank you. And I will turn it over to Noemi. Am I pronouncing that right?
Noemi, yeah, you are.
Noemi,
yes.
okay.
All right, thank you so much. You know what I love about this conversation is that I'm hearing so many great ideas right now just from my colleagues here, and I just appreciate what you all are sharing. So from USC's perspective, what is a little bit different, again, as I mentioned, we have a legacy system. So for us, a lot of the preparation is just getting this legacy system ready to accept the ICERs. So as part of that, we're preparing for we're participating in FAFSA beta. So we're excited about that. It's actually this week is for us when our students are submitting their FAFSAs through the beta test program. So we had a lot of students sign up. We had about 1,000 students sign up, and hopefully we'll have that many, we'll have a good experience among those with few problems, so that we can continue improving our system. One thing that we're going to continue to do, and something that we did last cycle, was bring on some additional resources. So we staff to help with processing and hopefully to keep up with all of our timelines. And another activity that we're doing right now is we're taking this slower period in the financial aid cycle to give our staff time and an opportunity to train. So we're utilizing the NASPA training resources, the self-study guides, to make sure that we focus in on the new formulas, looking at Pell calculations, understanding that process as well. And we're going to aim to get some certifications in that area as well, just to feel more confident about the changes that have happened in this past cycle. With that, I'll pass it on to Dina.
Hi. So, yeah, what are we doing this year? So as I stated, we normally want to work one-on-one with our students, but this year, based on what we learned last year, we can effectively meet students' needs in a group. And I think the other thing that I'll say cautiously is the new FAFSA is more streamlined. So students that can interact with it more easily, it doesn't take them as long. So we can find ways to do this in a group, going into a classroom, doing something like that. One thing I've identified that I really want to focus on this year is the parents. So many parents have an FSA ID from when they went to college, but because it's tied to their social security number and the email they used when they signed up, some of them can't access it. So they have to go through the whole retrieval tool. And that slowed us down a lot last year. So reaching out to parents, suggesting they, retrieve their FSA ID or create it, that will also let students and families know if there's a glitch, if there's something that they need to address, and then they can come to us and see. But for the most part, I think, this year we're just, the same as much as we can. Just be ready, be prepared, be supportive, reach out, to our team members, our counselors, and get these kids, across that financial aid finish line. And I do really appreciate the point of calling them financial aid nights. I think that's important.
Yeah, thank you all for your responses. And it's great to have this space to share these different ideas and creative ways to really think about our strategies and promoting our FAFSA and CADA for 25-26. So as we draw to an end of our panel, there's one final question, and just 30 seconds or less. We know that the work that we do, and you all mentioned it in your responses, that we can't do this work alone. We have to do it in partnerships and collaboration. So in 30 seconds or less, as we think about 25-26, what is that one partnership that really excites you, that you want to establish or just strengthen as you think about the 25-26 years? So we'll start with Dina.
Great. So we'll partner with anyone that can help our kids. So it's basically, what do we need and how do we get it for them? But I think one thing that we're doing is bringing Cal kids into our financial aid nights. So kind of supporting them more holistically in that way. And I'm pretty excited about that.
Great. Noemi.
Okay, so these types of conversations, collaborating with colleagues across different institutions, I think has been really helpful for USC. Also, with partners such as the College Board has also been really great for us. And finally, one partnership I do really want to work on strengthening is partnership with our students. Just again, from the earlier conversations, the earlier panels from this conference, just recognizing that there's a lot of strength there, a lot of interest and an ability to support one another through the students as well.
Adrienne?
In our system, there's 116 of us, so it gets a little complicated. So if I had to pick one partnership, it would definitely be with the Chancellor's Office, because I believe that they host the communication and the opportunities of information. And since administrative capability is that of all of us, it does help to have the Chancellor's Office partner with the Financial Aid Office and give those guidance and memos and have conversations with our executive leadership to provide a good environment of success for our, at the end of the day, our students.
From the CSU perspective, and more importantly, I think my personal perspective, I'm actually looking forward. It may seem a little odd, but to partnering with the Department of Ed this year. And the reason being is at the National Financial Aid Conference in July, the Department of Ed was there, and they were listening to the stories and experiences. They even apologized to all of the financial aid administrators in the audience and acknowledged that they did a very poor job and were taking notes. And we're seeing that they have implemented many of the ideas and feedback they received during that conference, which is the beta testers, which is getting out there early, which is putting a timeline out there. So I'm excited to see that and hopeful that the Department of Ed is going to rectify the challenge that existed last year and be there to support our students, our families, and financial administrators this year.
Thank you. Yeah, for me, I'm excited about all the partnerships with our FSA partners, with CSAC, with all of our associations of financial aid administrators, any other agency that's willing to come in and support this cause. But one of the most exciting partnerships that I would love to build, it will be with CSAC Instagram. And that is because I think it's going to be very essential for this year to get messages out to our mixed status family students about filing aid applications, or dreamers to file aid applications, and going way back to the first session to get the word out more about CalFresh and any other resources that our students can take advantage of this upcoming year. So I'm very excited about that. Thank you, Tay.
All right, yeah, thank you for promoting that. And we have a fantastic social media team that was able to really help with messaging and communications last year, and that work will continue. Want to say just a word of appreciation and gratitude for all the panelists for your insight, sharing your experience, and also just turning the page. And as Nick said, cautiously optimistic about this upcoming 25-26 year. Again, 25 days away. So we will all be in it together, and really just, as you all mentioned, just the partnerships and the collaboration that we all share together in this space. Everyone in this summit, we all can share that together and really have a very successful 25-26 FAFSA and CADA year. So thank you all once again. And with that will wrap up our panel, and I will hand it back over to our MC, Michael Lemus.
Thank you, Tay, and thank you to the rest of our panelists. So we're going to move into our last portion before we break out into our breakout sessions. I know there's been some folks asking about breaks. There will be a break in between those two, as well as in between breakout 1 and breakout 2. But I will also say, honor yourself, folks. I know that we have a lot that we're talking about today, very important information, but please be mindful of your own capacity and honor yourself through the process. If you need a little stretch break, need to grab some water, please do so. But with that, this is a really, really big deal. We are going to be talking about the Student Success Blueprint from statewide goals to local leadership. And our panelists include our very own CSAC Executive Director, Dr. Daisy Gonzalez, CSAC Commissioner and Associate Vice Chancellor of Government Relations and Strategic Communications at the San Bernardino Community College District, Angel Rodriguez, and CSAC Commissioner and Associate Vice President of Student Life and Dean of Students at the University of San Francisco, Shannon Gary. The CSAC Student Success Blueprint, Achieving Equity in Higher Education, is a 5-year strategic plan to support Californians and higher education segments to provide affordable and equitable higher education opportunities for today's students and California's future leaders. A link to our Blueprint webpage will be shared with you all via the Zoom chat. And with that, I'm going to pass it on to our wonderful panelists. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Michael. I will be walking you through a few slides just in the beginning, and then I'm going to introduce our panelists. So if we could go to the next slide, please. I was behind the scenes taking copious notes from the last panelist and then being re-inspired every single time that I was hearing their responses. I heard from Nick, we are better prepared. We have more students and more student contact than ever before. A lot of awareness about the community that we have to help students. And then from Lorena, I was inspired to hear, and this is a direct quote that I wrote on my notes, we collaborated because our systems were not reliable and we had to do things manually. And it showed us that we had agency. The one thing I would want to add to that is we have agency and we are innovators, because that's what I heard from Tay, from Lorena, from Nick, Noemi, Dina, Adrian. You all were innovating in real time. And so I'm really grateful to share this space with all of you. I see a number of different best practices being shared. This panel and what you're about to hear is really bringing all of that work together and into life. What does it look like when and if we are able to get out of a crisis mode to then really think about our lives and the future that our students deserve in an intentional way, a way that is coordinated. And you heard this morning one of our student leaders talk about their own innovative ideas for everything from CalFresh to the way that we should be talking about CalFresh. CalFresh is a grant. And then hearing about the long road that our own students see, and that inspires me. We were very intentional when we set the theme for today's summit, leading student-centered financial aid, California's best practices and partnerships. It was very intentional. You all are already those student-centered leaders. And so when we think about financial aid, the moment in time that we are living in and where we are headed, certainly in the next 4 years, calls us to really focus in on the best practices, what we have learned, as Nick shared with us, and then those partnerships that we need to take to scale. I was also very intentional to then spend some time with all of you during your lunch break, and I hope that you're all eating, to really think about what are we going to carry with us from 24-25 financial aid cycle to the work that we're going to do into the future. And so I'm honored to start this lunch session to really think about where we're headed as CSAC and the work that I started on day number 1, which is July 15th of 2024, the internal work that I did with the CSAC team to really think about where we're headed. After this brief 10 different slides that I will share with you, and the team has put a link so that you can learn more about our multi-year strategic plan for CSAC, I will then introduce Commissioner Rodriguez and Commissioner Gary to join me as a part of a panel. You heard me say this morning that I am that growth mindset leader, that I first want to understand the space that I have been entrusted with and really think about what we can do differently for students. It's really important for me because I have a very clear lived experience. I'm only here because I was that student who completed both a FAFSA and a CHAFE, received both a Cal Grant and a CHAFE grant, then went to a community college and was able to access EOPS, Next Stop, and a lot of other resources that serve first-generation college students in that system. When I finally made it to a 4-year institution, very similar financial aid resources at a private 4-year college, Mills College, a women's college at the time. And then even when I made it to UC Santa Barbara, I had a lot of institutional support and state loans to make it through that process as well. I'm sharing this with you because in California, we still have hundreds of thousands of students who don't have a pathway to access their dreams, who enroll, now arrive at your offices, at the gates of your higher education institutions, and then have no way of paying for their education, or simply because they could afford it 1 year and their parents lost their jobs, and now they find themselves living in a car or couch surfing, or coming in and out of their dreams because they can't afford it. And some of you know that very closely because you were those students, and now you are those dedicated professionals serving in your current roles. So we want to turn back, look back and see at what we can do, but remain focused in the future. I'm really inspired by the work of our colleagues at SoCalCan, California Competes, at Trust West, and all their work on adult learners, or what California Competes calls comebackers. These are students with some college but no credential. 6 million Californians who are adult learners, ages 25 to 64. That is our backdrop. Everything from the evolution to the students we are leaving behind to those that we need to be serving with intentionality and at scale. What happens when and if there is no federal aid and California has to backfill aid that we are desperately needing here in California? So I want to ask the team to go to the next slide, please. You heard Michael share a little bit about our California blueprint. It's inspired by the statewide work that was done during a pandemic. I know it's traumatic to ask you to think about those pandemic years, but those were years where we thought anything was possible once we got past the shock. I was at the California Community College's Chancellor's Office at that time, and during a global pandemic, in the middle of a pandemic, we innovated. We brought education at scale, we thought about basic needs and redefined it, and most importantly, our state leaders and our governor took action to set a goal, to dream even bigger. And the goal that California adopted is a 70% post-secondary degree and certificate attainment goal. That happened in a pandemic, a global pandemic. Next slide, please. So we're thinking through what that looks like at CSAC, what it looks like to really think about that growth mindset for us. and how we reaffirm to our partners the collective work that we can all achieve together. The CSAC Student Success Blueprint is a 5-year plan that gets us to the year 2030. And it helps us really think about the way that we would restructure or really think about college affordability for the state of California. Next slide, please. At the same time, we are acknowledging that our higher education segments are actually transforming within themselves, from dual enrollment to better serving adult learners to all the work that you all have already highlighted here, which is thinking about basic needs at scale, the internal partnerships. Next slide, please. Thank you. Next slide, please. I'm working through it because I'm keeping tabs on our time. Next slide, please. I want to go to the slide that says evolving educational landscape. There's a slide that should have said that, and what I want to highlight there for you is a belief that every student deserves a pathway to dream, and that at CSAC, we believe that we can work together and that we can make a difference if we work collaboratively. It's important that we think about this because, as I mentioned earlier, there are still so many students that have yet to find financial aid. I heard a number of you, I think it was Gabrielle earlier in the morning, he said there's still students that don't even know that financial aid exists. And at the same time, I saw a number of you highlight the number of students that don't even know that they qualify for financial aid. And then those that have lost eligibility. So we carry all of those stories, those lived experiences, and we ask ourselves, what are we going to do about it? What are we willing to think about in terms of our structures in a different way? We face those challenges and then we look at the gaps. What are those race, ethnicity, age, and regional gaps, as you heard the team, Jake and Jessica, discuss earlier today? And then how do we reach those Californians that still don't even know about financial aid or are not receiving aid at scale? And what I mean by scale is the aid that they need to be successful, to enroll, to persist, and to ultimately succeed. So team, if we could go to the slide that has the 3 different blueprint goals. There are 3 goals that we are committing to, and this is a work in progress. So I'm spending my time here with all of you because you're a captive audience that can help us really reimagine the future for CSAC, for California's College Affordability Plan. CSAC is looking at adopting 3 different goals, and as we head into our December commissioner meeting, really thinking about what does it mean to create equitable access for California students? What does it mean to create equitable support for California students? And what does defining equitable success look like? So these are the 3 goals where we are landing. We're very intentional in thinking about our work in 3 goals. Our job is to support segment partners to educate California's future learners and address workforce needs. Equitable access for us is about CSAC leading collective efforts to increase statewide awareness and participation in California's financial aid programs. And equitable support is about removing financial aid barriers for students as they enter and continue their educational pathways. And when we talk about equitable success, CSAC also plays a role. Our job is to empower students to complete their education by increasing the number receiving aid for which they are eligible for and creating metrics to inform future equitable investments in the state of California. Next slide, please. I want to focus in here very briefly only to share, I want you to go to the website and learn a little bit more about our work. It's a work in progress, but I want to share with you the actual outcomes. So there are goals, but what are we trying to accomplish? All of these outcomes on that landing page have a vision for 2030. How fast do we need to grow? How quickly can we actually reach students? But for now, I want to walk you through the world that CSAC believes can exist. Our first outcome that needs to exist in California is that we need to increase FAFSA CADA applications by 5% every single year. This 5% represents the pace at which we need to go at to reach our California goal of 70% post-secondary degree attainment. That's the world, and that's the pace that we need to have. 1B is about maximizing state resources and eligibility and removing those eligibility barriers to reach California's low-income populations. This is that work that we all started together across segments, Cal Grant Equity Framework, and full implementation, and then thinking about what other barriers exist for students, but in particular for low-income populations. 1C is about that outreach capacity. We have incredible partners in our CalSOAP teams across the state of California, but they are still very limited, both within their reach, within their region, and they are doing everything they can to create partnerships with philanthropy. But then there are also regions that don't have a CalSOAP, and they deserve a CalSOAP. And all of the regions that we have deserve a CalSOAP that can serve the need so that we can meet that pace, so that we can actually help more students. 1D is about supporting segments. All the segments right now are thinking about career technical education, workforce development. That's where our state is headed. So our financial aid needs to match that direction for the state. We used to have one program that supported adult learners, but in particularly during the pandemic, it was meant to bring back adult learners who had entered the workforce to join back higher education. That has been eliminated. It was eliminated in last year's budget. And so CSAC plays a critical role to help segment partners and all of you think about those state investments to better serve adult learners, and more importantly, to get them to enter pathways, careers, education that actually gets them into a high impact short-term career training program and gets them to the finish line faster, which, as you know, is really a high paying wage so that they can survive and help their families. Next slide, please. This one is really a work in progress, and it's that internal work. What can CSAC actually do differently? The world that I want to live in is if TSA can figure out how they can get us through those lines faster, so can we. 2A is about streamlining Cal Grant renewal processes for many of you. As we think about this, it's really about those shorter times, everything from our internal processes to make things more predictable, to streamline our applications. 2B is how we do the work at scale. You heard Chair Catalina Cifuentes mention CalKids. CalFresh has been mentioned a couple of times. And a number of you commented around how wonderful it would be to have data that shows you eligibility for students for these programs so that you can streamline it faster. That is what 2B is. Can we develop the technology and the data to have sharing partnerships where we can help all of you streamline for your students access to social services and programs, specifically those that address their basic needs. 2C is about reducing administrative barriers for our students, redundant applications. I can tell you in our state right now, our foster youth who have very limited access to gain support to fill out those forms, fill out multiple applications. Our undocumented students do too. So instead of having siloed applications, can we think together as a community, but particularly at CSAC, on how we might deliver and make financial aid more accessible to those populations? Next slide, please. And then success. When we think about success, it is a very long road for many students. Everything from their financial aid eligibilities changing from one year to the next, to an emergency happening at home where they have to question whether they can continue. Increasing paid rates for us and thinking about our role in success is making sure that the money that students deserve, that they are eligible for, reaches them in time. Those are partnerships across CSAC and segments and the institutions that our students go to. But it's also about CSAC thinking through with our segment partners on what else those students need in the future, which is what 3B is. Can we make CSAC's data actionable? Can we support statewide leaders and all of you think about the future investments that our students need, and in particularly how we can address equity gaps in the state of California? I want to go to the next slide, please. And I transition to just say, we are being very vulnerable at CSAC, especially lately, thinking about how we better help you. And we are vulnerable because out of vulnerability comes innovation, comes creativity. And we need to get to change. We need to change. There is no other option. And our students need that, and they deserve that. So as we are putting out all of our work and putting out a draft, because this is a draft, I want to ask you to scan your QR code and give us feedback. It will take less than 2 minutes. You heard a very brief presentation, but I want you to go to that landing page and take a look at our goals, our outcomes, how fast we want to move, because this is a 5-year vision, and then give us real honest feedback. The next iteration of this work that you will see is, what will it take to actually get there? And that's where we also need your help. You're going to see a very different CSAC. Everything from this summit, which I hope you're getting that feeling and being energized, to the way that we stay in touch with all of you, which reminds me to give you a really big reminder here and to pause for a breath and say, the CSAC team, as we're thinking about 25-26, will be launching monthly webinars. The same feeling, the safe space where you can ask all the questions that you have been asking us will be recreated as we think about the next year ahead for all of us. So you will have a space where we will meet together, we will troubleshoot in real time. But I think the most important thing about convening us all as we move forward into addressing 25-26 and implementing this vision is having a space to stay informed, having a community. Really, all of us are a community, sharing tools that we have, everything from templates to links, and then being able to tackle our barriers head on. If we have questions or you need a tool to be developed, that is what we are here to do. So with that, I want to ask the team to go to the slide that had our commissioners on there, because I want to transition to our panel. This next panel, for our lunch panel, I want to invite Commissioner Dr. Shannon Gary and Angel Rodriguez, Commissioner Angel Rodriguez, to turn on their cameras while I share a little bit about them. And thank you for joining us. And thank you for being here. We have a really big task to keep everyone energized. But more importantly, if you were able to join us in the morning, you heard us start off with the student journey, big testimonies around where we are as a state, and then really thinking about, especially in the last panel, how we do that self-healing, that agency. So now the job in front of us is we are developing these statewide goals, asking for the help of everyone that does this work for a living. And then we are asking, okay, but how do we get ahead of this? How do we lead local leadership right now? We don't have to wait until CSAC adopts their 5-year plan and thinks about implementing. The real work is happening. And so how do we do this with scale and with greater support? So I want to introduce our panelists. Dr. Shannon Gary is the Vice President of Student Life at the University of San Francisco. He has worked for various institutions and numerous departments and divisions, from Lafayette College in Pennsylvania to Temple University and Montclair State. There are too many to list, Dr. Gary. But throughout his career, and this is very important for me, he has been a student-centered advocate for all students, with a particular focus on the needs of first-generation college students, low-income students, African-American Black students, and other marginalized groups in the communities that he serves. He's a CSAC commissioner, but he is also a first-generation college student. And he earned his undergraduate degree from Muhlenberg and a master's degree and doctorate of education degree in higher education and management from the University of Pennsylvania Graduate School of Education. So welcome, Dr. Gary. I also want to welcome Commissioner Angel Rodriguez. Angel was appointed to the California Student Aid Commission by Governor Newsom in March of 2021, but he is not new to higher education. Angel is the son of immigrants from Mexico City, who serves as the Associate Vice Chancellor of Government Relations and Strategic Communications at the San Bernardino Community College District. And in his role, he has negotiated an MOU with the Mexican Consulate in San Bernardino to establish a year-round help desk inside the consulate to assist families with the FAFSA and California DREAM Act application. He has also managed public outreach to win 63% voter support for a $470 million local bond measure to fix, modernize, and build college classrooms, STEM labs, and career training facilities at Crafton Hills College and San Bernardino Valley College. And in 2021, Angel earned a master's degree in higher education administration and policy from UC Riverside. Welcome, Commissioner Rodriguez.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez.
Okay, this is the part where I get to relax and have more of a conversation with the two of you, So thank you for being here. And I want to start off with an easy question. I think easy because I love hearing people's stories. So here's my question, and we'll go to you, Dr. Gary, first. You are both critical statewide local leaders as well, representing students and institutions. But I really want to ground us and start this panel by talking about you as human beings. Who are the human beings behind the visionary work that you are leading? So my question is this: can you share with us what has been the role of financial aid for you and or your family?
Sure. Well, thank you for inviting me to even be a part of this conversation. I really do appreciate it, and hope that I can offer some insight that could be useful to others. Something that you mentioned in your opening, you said you were those students, right? And I jotted that down because when I think about the students that I believe are the most marginalized and are in need of the most help. I think back to myself when I was that 17-year-old kid first time away from home on a campus that looked very different from where I grew up. I am not a Californian, a native Californian. I am from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. That's where I grew up, low income, as Executive Director Gonzalez shared, first generation as well. College would not have been possible for me without financial aid. In addition to the institutional aid I received from my undergraduate institution, Muhlenberg College, I was also a recipient of all of the federal aid you could receive, so Pell Grants, SEOG grants, Perkin loans, all of those types of things. But then also through our state agency called FIA. That's what the Pennsylvania Higher Ed Association is. It was also critically important for me to have financial aid to go to graduate school. But however, graduate school was where I could have used a bit more financial literacy. There were guardrails in place for me in undergrad. Folks were guiding me. There were limitations on how much money I could borrow and take out. When I transitioned to grad school, coming from someone who did not come from a family that was very well versed with money and how to manage money and things of that nature, I did fall into the trap of taking out way more loan than I needed for living expenses. And I used that money pretty irresponsibly, to be quite honest, which left me with a tremendous amount of debt for the next 15, almost 20 years until the rest of my loans were forgiven through the public loan forgiveness program. So I think it's important for us to also remember as we're thinking about systems that we provide assistance in understanding and education to students that may not have that background or their families don't have that background so that they don't find themselves in such precarious positions, because that debt is like a weight around your neck. It's prevented me from being able to do many things that my colleagues and peers were able to do tens of years before me because they did not have this burden of debt hanging around them. So I will stop there, but looking forward to the conversation.
That's wonderful. Commissioner Rodriguez.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. And it's really an honor to serve with both of you in this critical mission of supporting students. And with this question, it's always so hard for me to talk about myself, rather talk about others and our students. But I do ground my perspective here at CSAC and what I do at the San Bernardino Community College District, always wearing my hat as the older brother. I was a son of immigrants, as you mentioned, Dr. Gonzalez. I'm the oldest of three. And so if you can just imagine growing up in a household of immigrants and being the oldest one, you have big responsibilities at a very young age. So for example, I was the one translating DMV documents for my parents from Spanish into English or English to Spanish, school letters or utility bills. And then as I was navigating the college application process, and I had to do that myself, with the help of teachers, of course, but a lot, it felt a little bit lonely as I was navigating that. And not to mention the FAFSA. It was still the old FAFSA that we all know that was just so difficult for me. Eventually, when I graduated from high school, I went to Eisenhower High School in Rialto, so shout out to everyone from there. I went to UC Riverside, and that's where I got my degree. But during that time, when I was just in the middle of my undergraduate degree, it was a great recession, and unfortunately, my family, my parents, they lost their small business during that time. They faced foreclosure, and eventually we lost our home during that time. So it was very difficult, and I'm sure a lot of families that we all know experience similar things. And so that also shaped my perspective into the struggles that a lot of our families face in paying for college. And for me, what really made the difference was Cal Grants. Cal Grants just really put me through the finishing line, and obviously my family's love. I mean, I say, yes, it takes money, but it also takes a lot of love from the people around you. And so I give them a lot of credit for encouraging me, even when they, were dealing with, making hard decisions to keep our family afloat. So when I got appointed to the commission, we were dealing with a pandemic. And I think right now we're dealing with the shockwaves, the economic shockwaves of the pandemic, where we see a lot of our students either dropping out, not filling out the FAFSA, the California Dream Act. We're seeing a lot of families who tell us, and we see it every day at the community college, they tell us that rent is too high, groceries are expensive, childcare is expensive. All those pocketbook items are top of mind for a lot of our families. So when we tell them go to college, it seems like a luxury. It just seems like they put it lower on their list when we're talking about surviving the day-to-day struggles of affording life. But I do have to say that it's an honor to serve on this commission where we're talking about college affordability, where we're saying, by the way, there's $3 billion that the state of California invests every single year in programs like the Cal Grant, like the Middle Class Scholarship, like the California Dream Act application. So you name it, there's a lot of programs. And so now it's our job to make sure that that cash gets into the hands of our students so that it can be accessible and affordable for them.
I think it was really impactful to hear your responses. I see where your superpower to design, where your strengths come from as you do this work. And I want to transition to talk about that. I also just want to acknowledge something that stuck with me. Commissioner Gary, you said it feels a weight around your neck, and you were reflecting on what that journey was for you. A lot of our students carry that. We heard that this morning, just both the weight and then also how that's a source of strength and how they then try to inspire others. So very much to the work that the two of you do. So my next question is this. Both of you serve very diverse student populations, of course, from San Francisco to San Bernardino, very different regions in our state. And yet you're seeking to serve the same populations to bring them back to education. And there are very similar barriers, even though they are different regions. What is your definition of student-centered financial aid? And what is one action that you are currently leading locally that gets you really excited and acknowledges that reality for your students? And then I want to just preface that. So what is a student-centered financial aid definition for you? What is that one thing you're doing locally? And when folks hear our answer for this, they're going to be thinking, but how do you make it actually happen, right? What is that local work and the support that you all have that actually lets you have it? It's not just because it comes from your heart and it's a great idea. How do you get it done? So I want you to think about that as you're responding. And we'll start with you, Commissioner Rodriguez.
Thank you. Yeah, locally, I think when I think about financial aid, it's thinking again about what we hear from our communities, from our students, and they tell us that they can't afford it, that they cannot go to college right now. I'll put it off for a little bit. And so our job, I think, is to tell them there's money out there that you can get right now so that you can go to college. And I'm going to change my background really quickly because I do want to highlight some of the work that we've been doing locally in the Inland Empire. Because when we talk about the cost of going to college, we're not talking just about tuition. We're talking about all the other essentials. And I know that we've been talking about that throughout this conference. And what I'm showing, if you can't see it, for those who can't see my background, you'll see some images of what we did locally in the Inland Empire around combating college student hunger. We've heard a lot today about CalFresh. We've heard a lot about EBT. But I think really what we were grounded by was a report from the Student Need Commission that was published back in 2022 that found that about somewhere between 400,000 and 750,000 students across California are going hungry because they don't have access to CalFresh, meaning only 1 out of 6 students are not able to navigate that process. And when we were looking at our local data in the Inland Empire, we found that about 181,000 students were going hungry because, again, they might qualify, but they just don't know about it. And so what we did is that we convened a roundtable, a policy roundtable with educators, with legislators, county officials, with service providers in our area. And we said, look, here's the data. We know that there's a problem. What can we do locally as a region to solve this? How do we tackle it? And so it wasn't only the data, it was also matched with policy recommendations. And I'm very proud of this movement, that I will say that it was inspired by a lot of the work that our colleagues out at Compton College have done to streamline the application process for CalFresh. As a result of this roundtable, it wasn't just us as a community college district. It was also Cal State San Bernardino, it was College of the Desert, Riverside Community College District. And we are now, all of us, working as a region, partnering with our local counties so that we can do a data sharing agreement. Basically, with the students' permission, we tell our students, if you allow us, we will share your FAFSA information, we'll send it to the county. The county will then let us know if you're eligible for CalFresh. That eliminates a lot of complexity. And even for students who may not feel that they qualify, or we've talked about the stigma associated with this, we're saying, no, we're actually here to help. And so many students like you get extra cash every dollars up to about $200 per month to pay for groceries. There's nothing wrong with that. And so this roundtable was really the precursor of that partnership, but also very proud to say that in the audience, we also had Assemblymember Eloise Gomez-Reyes, who just got elected. She will be going to the Senate, a bill that would essentially make it a requirement for community colleges and Cal States to accept EBT on campus. So this is, I know that this has come up with a student panel in that we need to have more EBT access on campus. So now we will start seeing that a little bit more. But I will have to say that this sort of movement and advocacy, yes, it did start at the local level. We didn't have to wait for the state to tell us what to do, but we would not have been able to do it if it weren't for the students who advocated for this bill, because it's so important, and they're the ones who are facing all of these challenges.
I love that. And what a great reminder to all of us, right? A lot of this work is happening when it gets time to a bill. That's around streamlining the process, how we make the work student-centered, and how we get the work to scale, right? And also to remove any barriers that our local leaders, our local innovators are facing. Can you share a little bit more about that before we move forward? So as you were doing the work, how does the bill now let you do this at scale?
Yeah, so let me tell you a quick little story. So you see a student behind me on this side. This is a student veteran. This is one of our students who we interviewed. We asked him, how did you navigate the application process for CalFresh? And he told us, he said, look, I graduated from high school, Bloomington High School, went to the Navy, served in active duty for 12 years. When I came back, went to college, but he's disabled. He cannot drive. So whenever there is an income eligibility interview with the county or the VA, he would have to go in person for these interviews. If you can't drive, it's tough to get to any appointment, or asking for a ride, or if you don't have money, I mean, as simple as Uber may sound, if you don't have that, that's still inaccessible. And the story really struck us because this is a student vet he gave to our country, and he's still having a hard time navigating that process. I mean, it's really, I think, enraging for a lot of us who work in this system, that we're thinking these are man-made rules, man-made bureaucracies, red tape. Why? Why do we have them there? And so this is really what inspired our work in in telling our legislators, we said, look, we have a student like this and like him. We also have so many others who are navigating this complex system. So what I would say is that for those of you who have not read the CSAC's CalFresh work group report, look it up, CalFresh work group report from CSAC, and it really just outlines all the maze that the students have to go through. And so now what we're doing, now that we know the data, we know the problems, we're just taking one by one. Okay, is that barrier eliminated? Okay, yes. If not, let's keep on going. If not, who's in charge of that? Is it the federal system? Is it the state? Is it local? Let's keep on tackling until we really streamline it.
I love that vision. Commissioner Gary, the question was, what is your definition of student-centered financial aid? And then what's that local action you're leading?
Yes. Thanks, Dr. Gonzalez. For me, when I think about student-centered financial aid, I think about it, something that is equitable, right? So as we see, that is all through the student success blueprint, right? This idea of equity, it's at the heart of where I see CSAC going, and what we're trying to do as a commission. I think it's also inclusive, right? Which means that it's open to all, and it's designed to try and eliminate as many systemic barriers as possible to make this process easy and understandable and as non-onerous as we can for our students that are looking to continue their education. And then I also think it's individualized, right? So, what is the student's particular situation? What is their particular background that needs to be considered? So in short, I think student-centered financial aid really centers a student's worth and their humanity, right? And that of their families as well. And that is at the heart and core of all of the programmatic initiatives and systemic initiatives that come out of programs that are thinking from a student-centered perspective. One of the things that we have here at USF, I love the idea, the notion that you shared around Commissioner Rodriguez and I having very similar students, although our institutions are so completely different. I'm at a 4-year private, religiously associated Jesuit institution. Our students are experiencing by far the same barriers, issues, worries, concerns that we're seeing at our public sector counterparts as well. I think that oftentimes that can be forgotten because of the old notions of what it meant to go to an independent college or university. Those times have significantly changed for most of us. There are still a few that kind of have those old ideas, but the vast majority of us are working with students who are trying to make it and struggling to get the education that they're attempting to obtain. When I thought about this idea around, what are we doing locally, one of the things that I thought about was our MAGIS financial assistantship program that really works with our undocumented students. It is well, let me start by saying it is woefully underfunded. Like, we could use so much more money, right, to work with this population, because we know that these are some of our most vulnerable and most marginalized students on our campuses. For obvious reasons, we do not keep a list of who these students are, so they self-disclose, their status. But through this program, we are able to provide a bit more financial assistance outside of what they're able to get through the state. As we already know, they're unable to get anything from federal government. So these students are often struggling, really, really trying to figure out ways to make this education thing work for them and their families. So this is a group of players from around the university that are coming together to think about, how to support these students, looking at applications, making determinations around, who can receive this assistance. The funding comes from our Jesuit community, right? So it's very much bound in our Jesuit identity and our Jesuit mission. So when you talk about, what allows this work to be done, that being people for and with others, cura personalis, which is care for the entire person. These types of ideas and mission really fuels and guides a lot of this type of work that we do here at USF. This assistance program also includes a project. And some folks have made the comment of why do they need to do a project or do some type of work to get this money. But there's additional benefits to this, right? It builds a community, right? By doing the project, which is usually something that the student is extremely interested in. It gives them some experiential education on a topic. It creates a sense of belonging to the institution, right? So these are all these ideas that also add into the retention of the student that's going to be there. It offers mentorship because they're usually working with someone, some faculty member or staff member on the project who eventually will transition into a mentor for many of these students. So it's these partnerships and these collaborations with the various folks from around campus, with our Jesuit community, with our financial aid office, that allows these types of programs to be developed, administered, and eventually, hopefully, continue to be funded at a higher level. So that was just a brief example of something that we do here at USF.
What was the name of the program?
It's called Magis, which is also one of the core Jesuit values, which stands for the more. So it's about reaching and excelling and being more than just where you are, things of that nature. Yeah.
It stood out to me because everything that you were describing about your model is everything that the students said this morning. We had a student who said, why don't you create paid positions for students? It could be anything from working with faculty, which you have in that program. And then another student said, opportunities should help us bring awareness into the communities. It should expand our communities. And the comment was more around the lines of, I'm a student who doesn't have that support network. And so I need that both as a student and then when I think about my life after I'm done with my education. So kudos to the University of San Francisco. I know both of you shared examples that are very much in line with the work that the students shared with us this morning, from a focus on CalFresh to really thinking about special populations. And I saw a comment in the chat earlier that basically said, Commissioner Rodriguez, what a great idea to convene people together. And so I want to really lean into that and ask you the question. You heard the prior panel, if you were able to join us earlier, where we really focus in on what can we bring with us from 24-25 and what are we going to carry with us into 25-26 as we head into that financial aid cycle. And the two of you bring a lot of expertise building for different university settings, but with the same dignity and compassion for all students. So I want to ask you about your advice. What's your best advice for 3 actions that all the leaders who are here with us today can take in terms of financial aid and thinking about the next cycle? Who would like to start?
I'll kick it off if that's okay. I think at the risk of sounding too political, I will say that my job is government relations for the San Bernardino Community College District, nonpartisan, republicly funded. I think when we work with legislators, when we work with our community members, I think we need to be sure that we extend the bridge of how we advocate for our students. And I will say this, I think one of the first things that we could do to bring more people on our side of education advocacy is letting people know that what we're talking about, it is not a government handout. Financial aid is not a government handout. And that is something that I think we need to really be focused on. And starting from that point of view and really pivoting to say that financial aid is an investment for the future doctors who are going to keep us healthy, a future investment in financial aid for the scientists, teachers, public safety officers, everyone who's contributing to our local economies. That's who we're trying to help. It's not about just EBT and here's your EBT card. It's not about here's your Cal Grant. It's a down payment to the people that will be really energizing our community. So I think as we do this work the day after Election Day, then I think it's really on us to find communications channels that really resonate to really broaden the support for issues like combating college student hunger, for issues like expanding financial aid opportunities, expanding access or financial aid for undocumented students. All of us are contributors to the local economy wherever we live. And I think that is something that we need to keep in mind as we talk outside of our colleges, as we talk outside of our schools. How do we bring people together? And I will say that the roundtable that we hold, that the picture behind me, it was a bipartisan group of people. And so really, we really needed to toe the line to say, look, this is what's happening. And again, it's not a government handout. It's an investment in the community. So that's one thing, but I'll stop there.
All right, so we're going to alternate.
Oh, sure. Or if you like, I'll finish my other two if you like.
Yeah,
But
go
I
on, finish your two. Go ahead.
Okay. I do encourage all of you, if you can, mobilize your community around the issue that you care about. And it doesn't have to be around hunger. It could be about college affordability in itself. Invite CSAC to your communities. Make us part of your local conversations. I would recommend that if you can, like we did, have these roundtables and talk about the data, talk about things that we can do collectively. And then lastly, I will say, Dr. Gonzalez, you had asked, or someone asked a student panel earlier, what is if you had a magic wand? So I'll answer that question because I thought, yeah, if I had a magic wand, what would I do? And my magic wand would be one application for all, where if we were to ask our students to tell us their income eligibility or their income, household income, we'll connect them to financial aid. We'll connect them to CalFresh. We'll connect them to Medi-Cal and all the other services rather than having all these multiple applications. So that would be something that would really, I think, would really be a service to the students. It would really cut down the red tape, and it would benefit everyone. So anyway, that's just one idea. Again, my magic wand, but I'll stop there before I get in trouble.
I see a lot of people love it though. They love it. Controversial, but they love it.
I know.
And I think, that's the whole value of convening folks like you to really think about how do we get there? How do we get there? All right, Commissioner Gary.
Yeah, I think, I think about systems as almost the scaffolding, right, of in the foundation of how we're able to administer our plans, our programs, our processes, things of that nature. But the building is the art, right? What we build is the art of it all, and using the scaffolding to create or build a process that works for each student in their unique position, right? I just think it's important as we think about scaling things up and scaling things out that we never forget about the individual and the person that it is that we're attempting to help and assist. With that, I would say some things that I think about as far as tools that can be used, particularly from a private institution's perspective, developing and creating a solid relationship with your development office. That is paramount. They are able to connect you to alumni, to friends, to different agencies and groups that are able to provide the funding to assist students, right? Of all backgrounds, of all ethnicities, of all identities. They are critical in expanding capacity to be able to assist with awards to students from an institutional standpoint, right? Because the downfall of an independent institution is what we're able to offer through state funds and federal funds still leaves a gap. But what we're able to put together through institutional aid as well often brings our price within reach for most students most students looking to seek an education, right? And a big part of that is the partnerships and working that you do with your development office. A perfect example, just yesterday, we were contacted by our alumni relations director asking, the alumni board wants to focus on some way to help students. What's one of the things we can do? Well, one of the things that we ran out of money for was our Career Center clothing closet. And this is a resource that is used for students that are not able to afford to buy a shirt and tie and slacks for that job interview. So, you know, we can work with our alums to be able to raise money to bring that resource back to our students that are in need. Again, it is having that relationship with the development office that's going to allow for that to happen and make those connections for us. I think leveraging resources to build comprehensive support systems is very important. And with that, it's the financial assistance, but also the targeted outreach. One size fits all doesn't work anymore. And I know that that's how we used to do things. It's like, you know, here's the information, here's the process, make it work. Today, we have to be very strategic. We have to be very targeted and very intentional in how we are reaching out to our populations, to our students, to our families, and collaborating with the groups that are directly supporting those students. So, you know, I think about things like collaborating with the different CalSOAPs, the community-based organizations that they're working with directly. You know, I think about some of the things that went into, you know, special targeted marketing to Black and brown males that was happening, using the Divine Nine organizations. You know, all of these ways to get inland to the students that we are trying to meet and get to. An example of how we do that at USF, we partner very closely, for example, with our first generation program called the Muscat Scholars. We bring in folks to speak to them. It makes all of these different types of connections for the students. It allows them to again, meet mentors. One of them I know for certain just got hired for an on-campus job because of someone that he met through a program that was being hosted for them as a first-gen student. Brief, small examples about how collaborating and going in and meeting students where they are is also a successful way to reach some of our most marginalized identities and helping them be successful. These programs allow us to do more than just admit students, but it's also about helping them be retained and successful and continue their journey to graduation, right? The last thing that I would do is using a data-driven approach. Data drives everything. So any way that you're able to collect data on student demographics, financial aid utilization, the common challenges that we see our students facing, and being able to present that in a digestible way. And this goes back to what I was saying about connecting to our development offices, right? Using this as some of the data that they're using when they're going out to meet with our different friends and alums of the university and asking for their financial assistance. But all of this helps us better identify the gaps in support that we have as an institution as well. So those would probably be my three big points of advice that I would give.
Thank you both for the advice and for spending your lunch hour with us. This last question is going to be a quick one. And it's really more, you heard me talk a little bit about the CSAC Student Success Blueprint. It's our 5-year strategic plan. We put out a landing page 2 weeks ago, had our very first webinar last week, and we are now talking about it here. And many of the ideas that you just mentioned and all the work that you've dedicated your careers to is a part of that vision, but also calls us to really think about it in a multi-year plan in a way that is structural. This last question is really quickly, what goal or outcome are you most excited about as you're looking at the work? It is a draft, a work in progress, but what gets you really excited about a 5-year plan for us to really think about college affordability in California?
Yeah, for me, Dr. Gonzalez, I just want to thank you that in your first couple of weeks in this role, you've opened up our imaginations about what is possible for the next 5 years. So I really just want to thank your leadership and giving us a framework, especially today. I think when we're thinking about the issues of the world and the things that we can do in our own little corners, whether it's at the office, at school, in our communities, what can we do to make a difference for our students? And as I spoke earlier about how the high cost of living is just impacting our students. And so what I really like about this blueprint is that it gives us a basically, I'll call it a to-do list of things that we have to do, check off, to make sure that students can have an affordable access to college and career training. And I'll say both. It's both college and career training. So for me, I really think that it's tangible, it's doable, but it's also ambitious. And I think that's what really, for me, I think that's what inspires me. And I look forward to hearing also the feedback from the community, from the ground, that that things that they wish they could see CSAC work on or enhance our service to the local community. So I'll leave it there, but I'm just applauding everyone at CSAC and the staff who's there, and behind the scenes, just working on the issues of financial aid and making sure that, again, that cash gets into the hands of our students so they can graduate.
Thank you for highlighting that, especially in your advice. How do we talk about this work in a different way? Because a lot of the feedback and the reality is, to achieve what we have laid out, we need a broader community that believes in this work and the promise of our students and what they can achieve, and additional resources, right? So as we're thinking and innovating systems and structures and tools, we will need resources at scale. So I thank you for highlighting that. Dr. Gary?
Yeah, it was something that you mentioned towards the end of your presentation of the blueprint, that really resonated with me. And it was this idea of the blueprint is thinking about what we can be, when you were talking about being vulnerable and all of that. And, when I was reading through the blueprint, I actually wrote this down verbatim because it just, of everything that I read in there, this particular sentence is the one that just sort of spoke to my soul, so to speak. And I'm starting mid-sentence, but it says, this means reaching student populations who have yet to find the life-changing resources available through our existing financial aid options, and reimagining access through new options that meet students where they are, while also keeping in mind the regional equity gaps that exist. Right? That just hits me. It just gets me to where it takes me back to where I started, right? And the fact that this work that I do is professional, but it's also very personal, right? Because of this whole, what that statement encompasses. So that equitable support, removing barriers, making this something that's easy for any and everyone. Because for most of our students, the first step to post-secondary education starts with even knowing that this exists, right? That this is what will make it possible for you to live that dream that you are thinking about or thinking you could never do. If you don't know that this even exists at that point, you will never be able to get to the end result, which is that degree attainment or that certification attainment, or whatever that post-secondary goal is for you. So I love, I'm going to steal Commissioner Rodriguez's word here. I love the ambition of the blueprint and the dream, the big dream that it represents.
Well, thank you both. I love hearing the feedback, and I hope others can log in and give us feedback. It also just makes me really optimistic to see how committed you are to your students and your statewide role, right? Not giving up while you're laying out the foundation locally, building those statewide goals, and then helping us achieve them. I think for us together as a community, that's the work that gets us to wake up in the morning. So I want to thank you both for spending your lunchtime with us. Thank you for being a part of this panel and for spending your day with us. I want to ask the audience to give us a big round of applause, and then the two of you to go into the chat and see what kind of questions we can answer behind the scenes. And I want to invite Michael to bring us back to what's next. So thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you to our panelists for their vulnerability. I think something I've been thinking about is that in order to prosper, we must heal. And a lot of what you all just discussed was about what we need to do in community to make sure that we support our students. So if we can go back one slide, please. Right before going into our breakout sessions, we have one video that we really want to go ahead and make sure that we share with you all. And that is on behalf of the San Bernardino Community College District. And then I will give you all some more information on our breakout sessions.
Here, in the largest county in the United States, big dreams find a home. SBCCD. What do these letters spell? Opportunity. We're home to Crafton Hills College, San Bernardino Valley College, and our very own PBS and NPR public media station, KVCR. This is where our community learns something new every day. Affordable tuition, uncompromised quality, over 20,000 bright students. Every year, 2,000 of them graduate to do big things. We're more than higher education. We're an economic engine. In total, we boost our local economy by $720 million every year, building things, supporting local jobs, and helping businesses grow. We also team up with our local schools so young students get a taste of college early on. Our students learn by doing. They clock in over 40,000 hours of community service a year, helping make our neighborhoods even better. And for anyone looking for new career skills or a second chance, our Economic Development and Corporate Training Center is here, welcoming everyone and ready to lend a hand. To every neighbor, every taxpayer, know that every dollar, every effort is an investment in our shared future. At SBCCD, every day is about creating opportunities right here at home.
All right. Well, what a great video. I'm seeing lots of love in the emojis and in the chats. And special shout out to Commissioner Rodriguez and your marketing team, because that was super impressive. And with that, I am excited to go ahead and let you all know that we are just minutes away from our breakout session 1. So again, breakout session 1 will be happening from 1:10 to 2:20 p.m. And then right after that, we're going to have breakout session 2 from 2:30 to 3:40 p.m. We will begin promptly at 3:45, so please return to this Zoom room. But with that, I know folks are needing a stretch break, grab some water. You have a couple of minutes before we get started with breakout session number 1. And again, please return to our main Zoom room session here at 3:45 p.m. Thanks, everyone, and have fun in breakout session 1.